we'll begin. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Clearwater County Broadband Committee meeting for Friday, February 13th, 2026. Just a reminder that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in the public documents as per Access to Information Act Sections 4 and Protection of Privacy Act Sections 2, 4, and 5. Maybe just a reminder this morning to ensure our cell phones are turned off or onto silent, and I'd be looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as presented if there are no additions or deletions.
I'll make that motion.
Deputy Reeve McKay makes a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Looking on to the previous meeting minutes from November 27th, 2025. Did anybody note any errors or omissions? If not, we'd be looking for a motion to adopt the minutes as presented. Councillor Humphrey?
I'll make a motion to adopt minutes as presented.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Humphrey to adopt the minutes as presented from the November 27th, 2025 meeting. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. Moving on to corporate services, section 4 in today's agenda, strategic options review, and I will pass the floor over to administration to present this item.
Good morning, Chair and members. Just like to introduce Arcadis, Keith Potton and David Pickett, and for the presentation for the strategic operations review. So I'll just hand it over to you, Chair, to go forward.
Maybe we'll just, and we could start with a quick round of introductions, and we'll start with Ward 1.
Good morning, my name is Brianne Powell, Ward 1 Councillor.
Good morning, Hazel Levin, Ward 2 Council.
Good morning, Drew McKay, Ward 3 and Deputy Reeve. And if I may just ask a quick question involving procedure for this meeting. Will questions be allowed during the presentation, or would you prefer to wait until you've made the presentation and take questions after?
We're happy to take questions as we present.
Okay.
And of course also at the end of the presentation. I would ask, since I will be focused on presenting, if there are questions, I may not notice that your light is on, so please just stop me and we'll address the questions as they come up.
There may be quite a few. Thank you.
Jordan Northcott Reeve.
Tyler McCauley, Councillor, Ward 5.
Good morning, Ryan Zermatt, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Lauren Humphrey, Councillor, Ward 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager Financial Services.
Good morning, welcome back both. Rick Emmons, CEO.
Kay McDonald, Information Technology Manager. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate the welcome and the introductions. I'm Keith Ponton. I'm with the firm Arcadis, and I'm the practice director and also responsible for delivery of our consulting services with respect to broadband. Beside me is David Pickett. David is a sub-consultant to Arcadis. He works under his own firm name called Pardell Ventures. David is a certified business valuator and has provided his expertise in terms of performing asset evaluations and financial modeling with respect to the material that we'll present today. So, in terms of our agenda for this presentation today, we will go through a brief background in terms of the purpose of this presentation, and we will spend a short period of time looking at background and current state. We will take you through our methodology and then discuss options 1 through 5 that we've brought back as information as requested during a previous council motion, and a summary of the options.
Councillor Cermak, do you have a question at this time?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Keith, could you please explain exactly what Arcata does for the county? Just so the people out there that are listening will understand exactly your background and what exactly you're doing for the county for broadband.
Certainly.
Thank you.
So Arcadis was contracted by the county through a competitive process, and we've under contract to provide under a master agreement for engineering and professional services. So we are consultants, we are advisors, and in the context of managing the county's broadband construction, design and construction program, we act in the capacity of owners, engineers, and advisors. So we are working for you, for the county, on behalf of this program.
Thank you.
The reason we're here today with this material relates to a broadband committee motion of November 27th with respect to this committee wanting clarity around strategic options in a closed session that occurred on November 27th. So this is a follow-up to some preliminary information that was presented in closed session on November 27th. In that material, that provided a risk assessment of options that committee at the time was considering with respect to the direction of the broadband program, including stopping or pausing the program. So between November 27th and now, we have worked closely with administration, with the county's legal advisors, Prodiso, and we have compiled information and done an extensive amount of background work, contract reviews. We've reached out to construction contractors, identified subconsultants, our subcontractors, and have, to the best of our ability, identified all the relevant information in order to bring answers to the questions that were asked. I'm going to spend a few minutes just going through background and current state to get some key facts and figures, to remind us all of some key facts and figures with respect to the program. So this program has its roots as long back as 20 years ago through various different councils and directions. If we look back through history, certainly there has been an ongoing desire by past councils to improve the quality of broadband connectivity within the county. Many different initiatives have taken place over time, many surveys, policy directions, studies, and ultimately leading to grant applications that were made by past councils in order to secure funding to build infrastructure to improve broadband within the county. These grants, which we'll talk about in a few subsequent slides, were awarded to the county and contribution agreements were signed to move these projects forward. This history of broadband is a fairly common one within many Alberta municipalities. In fact, over 50% of municipalities in Alberta are making direct investments in improving broadband within their city, town, or county. This program that we're going to talk about today is funded by the Federal Universal Broadband Fund, commonly known as the UBF Fund and Program. The key high-level objectives as outlined by this federal government program are to bridge the digital divide, ensuring that Canadians have access to high-speed internet, a critical service for modern life, business, education, and health, to support economic growth, specifically rural economic growth, enhance quality of life, and improve digital inclusion, to reduce inequalities between urban and rural and remote areas. With the main goal being to expand high-speed internet access to rural, remote, and underserved communities. This program,
Mr. Ponton?
yes,
Sorry, we do have a question or a
Thank you.
comment from Councillor Humphrey.
thank you.
I would like some clarification on when, if you go back a couple slides to the historical background.
Sure.
And it says there 2016 that CRTC publicly declared broadband an essential telecommunications service. Now that's CRTC declared that, but I'd like some clarification. It's not an MGA, it's not a municipal government act that it's an essential service. It's CRTC just declaring it is. There's a difference there, is there not?
Yeah, you're correct, Councillor Humphrey, and the CRTC made that declaration in 2016 and put in place several funding mechanisms at a federal level to move that forward. That is different than essential services that are declared under the MGA, the Municipal Government Act. It has a different legal structure and a different delivery mechanism.
Right, because I do believe that concept gets misconstrued, that it's an essential service. It's not an essential service that has to be provided according to the MGA. Am I correct in that assumption?
My expertise lies in telecommunications, so I can certainly tell you from a CRTC perspective what that means, but I would defer on the MGA question.
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. And your assumption is correct, Councillor Humphrey. Under the Municipal Government Act, essential services are defined as creating safe community, water, sewer, road networks.
Thank you for that clarification, and I just wanted clarification on that, as I've had some response that it is an essential service, and when in effect it is not, according to the MGA. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Humphrey, and today really is a good day to get better understanding of the broadband project as a whole. So if there's no other questions, because I don't see Mr. Pond, please carry on.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring us back to page 8 of the presentation. The Universal Broadband Fund Grant Program has certain eligibility criteria to provide funding. And the key aspect of the program identifies households through federal government measurements, techniques, and surveys that are eligible for the program. These are the households as selected and identified as eligible by the UBF grant program that are funded through the current broadband program. So the program is structured in a construct of grant funding that parties apply for, contribution agreements are put in place, and in a parallel fashion, those same grants and conditions are matched by the province of Alberta, and the projects are funded in that fashion. This program is structured to have projects be completed by March 31st of 2027. Key conditions of the grant are that grant recipients make available and maintain broadband service for a minimum of 5 years, provide open access to other service providers in a fair, transparent, timely, and non-discriminatory manner. We'll talk about what that means on the next slide. And any assignment of assets or operations to a third party must be consistent with the terms of the agreement, and the governments of Canada and Alberta must agree to those terms as well.
Okay, I do see a couple of questions from council members. Deputy Reeve McKay has a comment or question at this time.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to this slide, when the proposals were first being brought forward from Arcadis, were the true costs to the county discussed and reviewed through this lens of, in your words, must be cost-effective, sustainable, and community supported? Because to this council, it would appear that not one of those goals or criteria were met before this project began. It is incredibly not cost-effective because it requires massive funding from federal and provincial governments. If it was cost-effective, private business would have taken this project on. It is not sustainable because this project does not even manage to cover its own operating costs for at least 5 years, possibly longer, and it will never recover its capital costs. And as far as the community support portion of the requirements go, the only community engagement was held in 2018. And then 6 years later, the Council of the Day and Arcadis, with the information provided to the council, pushed this project forward in a matter without further consultation. So 6 years later, nobody thought to involve the community and ask if this was still a project that they wished to partake in, that this was something that they wanted to spend this kind of capital on.
There are several questions there.
There certainly is.
Let me, I'll say, go back to what I understand to be the initial question, and just to clarify the relationship between Arcadis and the county. The grant programs and grant applications we were hired at the direction of administration at the time to assist administration in submitting grant applications. The grants were awarded to the county, and at that time, administration brought those grant agreements back to council, committee and council for decisions. The grant applications clearly identified the expected capital costs to build the infrastructure and the expected operating costs, as well as the expected revenue associated with each grant.
Okay, so at the time, Arcadis and Council of the Day felt that this project would be cost-effective and sustainable? And there was enough information to make that decision at the time?
The grant applications that were submitted provided full financial information on the expected costs, revenues, and expenses of the project.
Mr. Ponton, I'm just sorry to interrupt at this time, but I do see Mr. Emmons would like to provide some comments at this time.
Thank you very much. And if I may jump in, just because the information you're requesting predates Arcadis. The decisions made by Council of the Day, the information was absolutely brought forward. The discussion of Council of the Day was exactly as you're stating, which is why it wasn't sustainable, it wasn't economically feasible, or private sector would have beat us there, in a nutshell. If there was money to be made, that's the way it would have went. To be very blunt, name drop, TELUS would have already been there and grabbed that, as terminology in the day, grab that low-hanging fruit. That is why council, with the numbers, because they had that, made the decision that the only way this would move forward would be with the addition of grants. Recognizing that without the grants, it would not be any type of a model that Clearwater could take on. When the grants came through, the decision by Council of the Day was to move forward.
Thank you, CEO Emmons.
You're welcome.
And I guess just to kind of put a wrap on this, the requirements for these grants, as clearly stated in this document that you've provided, say that it must be cost effective, must be sustainable, and must have community support. So the real question is how on earth did these grants get awarded when this project met exactly 0 of those 3 criteria? Or are these criteria not in fact requirements of the grant and we're being misled?
Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. And if I may, it was the federal government's obvious determination that it did meet the criteria. With the grants, the sustainability is within Clearwater County's means to achieve that, or they simply wouldn't have awarded the grants. Sustainability, and if I may, in my own experience, I equate it to a wastewater system. The rates we charge for user fees does not include the capital investment. We get a grant for a wastewater system, and that grant can vary from 75 cents on the dollar to 90 cents on the dollar. But the people that benefit from that wastewater system cannot afford. I've used the example in the past, the Lesaville system just received a $12 million upgrade. The population of Lesaville could never pay for the population of Lesaville. They couldn't recoup that capital investment, but the expectation legislatively for future grants is that it achieves operational. With the business plan set forward, the anticipation of the sign-up rate is that Clearwater County will be able to achieve that operational cost, if that helps.
Yes, it does, and thank you. Wanted to have that clarity out there. I just would also like to clarify that wastewater is an essential service as required by the MGA, whereas broadband is not.
Do you have further comments or questions, Mr. Emmons? If you do, please go ahead.
Absolutely, and well acknowledged. Respectfully, when council of the day directs us, it becomes an essential service.
At this point in time, I would like to, there will be, quite a few questions throughout this meeting here this morning and maybe into the afternoon, but I would like to thank Mr. Pickett and Mr. Ponton, along with staff. The questions that are being brought forward today will be coming from the committee and council members, as we are out in the public and do have lots of conversations with the community. So the questions today are a lot of concerns and questions that have been brought forward from the community and residents. So to have that clarity today and a better understanding of this project is much appreciated. So please carry on with your presentation.
Sure. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, before we do, I do see Councillor McCauley has a question or a comment, please.
On that last page, sorry, I should have had my hand up. Can you explain the make available and maintain broadband service for a minimum of 5 years? Can you explain that? So that's really, has to be owned and operated for a minimum of 5 years?
Correct. So the conditions of the grant in detailed applications identify the types of services, namely the speeds, the speed packages that the grant proponent is proposing to offer. And the key conditions of that grant are that those packages and that pricing is made available to the public within the grant area for a period of 5 years.
And then on provide open access, the payback for the operating expenses for this project could be, adding other communities that are on the line for this. That would definitely change the outlook of this project. Yes.
Certainly we will cover in some subsequent slides the financial payback or the financial break-even point where revenues collected exceed the costs of operations. So
okay.
That certainly is a path to get there, and even without other communities outside of Clearwater County, there is a projected point where operating revenue exceeds operating cost. Much like other infrastructure that is invested, where counties and public entities make investments in, namely roads, bridges, water and wastewater systems, there is not a concept of return of capital in terms of payback. So this delineates public sector investments from private sector investments. Private sector entities have a need to make a return on capital to satisfy their shareholders, and thus the concept that the public sector would make a similar investment in this infrastructure is not a parallel, is not a comparison that is appropriate in this case.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCauley. And Deputy Reeve McKay has another comment or question at this time.
Thank you. Could I just ask that, moving on in this presentation, we avoid the comparison of broadband to essential services? And that's for two reasons. Number one, it's misleading to the public. And number two, private entities don't build public infrastructure. Private entities build broadband services. So you cannot compare the two. It's unfair to the public, and it's unfair to this council.
I don't see any further comments or questions at this time, please. But yeah, no further. Proceed, Mr. Ponton.
As referenced from page 8 and now continuing on to page 9, the open access model provides an opportunity for retail service providers to deliver services on the network. This business model provides a compensation for the network owner, namely in this case the county, to receive revenue provided by retail internet service providers as they deliver services to residents and other retail subscribers. It also provides a pathway for current internet service providers that may be delivering service within the county using wireless or other techniques to move their current customers onto this network and maintain their customer relationship and provide services to those residents using a fiber optic infrastructure that would be built. A very brief comparison of technologies that are typically used to deliver broadband. On the left-hand side of this chart and in representative scale are technologies that were used historically, namely 20 years ago, of dial-up and DSL technologies. Moving from left to right, we see cellular and low Earth orbit satellite technologies that deliver certain ranges of speeds and capabilities. Fixed wireless and cable provide additional speed and capabilities. Fiber optic infrastructure has a dramatically different scale of capabilities, yet it has what we call scalability, which means that the ability to improve and increase speed and performance on the technology can improve by at least a factor of 10 times or more for a very minimal cost increase. So from a future capability perspective, it is often viewed and certainly viewed by the granting agencies as the preferred technology that they would, that is to be deployed in terms of the UBF grant program. It also has the benefit of at least a 30-year and beyond, in some cases 50-year lifespan, whereas other technologies, namely fixed wireless and others, often require reinvestment at approximately 5 to 7 years of their life in order to maintain current speeds and/or provide marginal speed and functionality improvements.
I see we do have a question from Councillor Letwin at this time.
Yes, regarding the speed, it says that the Alberta and federal government is guaranteeing 50-10 for MPS or megabytes per second. And you say that there will be an increase, a minimal increase if you want your speed increased. And right now, everybody's running 50-10 right now. And so the increase in speed, how much is a minimal increase for the consumer? And will it be broken down into fractions or just one blanket number, or how will that work?
So the capability that I reference is the ability to improve speed and capability in the future with a very minimal cost investment in the future.
A cost investment or a cost to the consumer for a higher speed? So we start off at 50-10, and if I want 100 or 400, 25 or 30, whatever the numbers are, what's the ratio of cost increase to the consumer?
In this business model, the retail service providers set the retail pricing that they charge the consumer. The county charges the retailers a flat rate up to $65 for a 1 gigabit service.
1 gigabyte.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pond. I don't see any other questions at this time.
Okay. Moving into where the program is at today. The current program, as scoped and currently funded, will deliver a fiber optic service to 61% of the county's homes. Again, reinforcing that these homes are identified by the federal UBF program as meeting eligibility requirements. And the fiber optic infrastructure will pass these homes as it is built out. It is up to the individual homeowner or resident to determine if they wish to sign up for a service.
Mr. Ponton, I do see Councillor Powell has a question or comment.
I just have a question about the word pass. Does that mean it will be at the end of that person's driveway, or is it a mile down the road? Like, when you say pass, does that mean actually at the end of the person's driveway?
Yes, so of course, every property has a slightly different configuration and layout. But when we say a home passed, it is typically at the closest point on the public right-of-way adjacent to the property where the connection would be made from the home to that point.
Okay, so it's not maybe down the main road and half a mile away. It would actually be directly the closest location to their property.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Please carry on.
So if a resident chooses to sign up for service, a connection is then installed to their home. Residents must explicitly sign up and agree to pay the Fiber Connect fee, which is the fee to make the connection from the point in the public right-of-way to that individual home. After approximately 2.5 months of accepting signups, there are, as of the date that this presentation was provided, 572 residents have signed up for service. I believe there are additional signups that have occurred this week, but 572 was the number that was current as of the date of that this presentation was provided.
Okay, we do have a couple more questions. Deputy Reeve McKay, and then we'll move over to Councillor Levin. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve, please.
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to this 572 residents, or whatever the number is of the day, we hear this quite frequently, that there's X amount of people signing up for installation. Now, I just want to make it clear that those people have signed up for installation. So essentially, they're signing up to pay $400 for something that will cost at least $1,500. So we're paying out of the county's purse an extra $1,000 plus per home to get the fiber to their home, right? That's correct. Now, in doing that and in saying that, it's giving the illusion that the county is going to be able to generate revenue from these residents, when in fact, no one, not one single person, has actually signed up, nor guaranteed that they will sign up, to pay for internet service as of yet. Is that correct?
There have been, these signups have occurred. The actual construction of that service to the home has not occurred because it is winter conditions, and those are activities that would be expected to occur in spring. And in parallel, there are several internet service providers, retail internet service providers, that have signed or in the process of signing agreements to deliver service over the county's network to deliver those services. So the signups from the residents' perspective would occur with those retail internet service providers. There is currently no service being delivered in the county because the infrastructure has not been completed. It is certainly expected, but technically possible, that people would pay the $400 for a connection to their home and not sign up for service. But it is a very likely and common conclusion that if people have paid to bring the infrastructure to their home, that they will in fact sign up for service as retail service providers make it available to them.
Thank you. I suppose time will tell as those numbers start to unfold. But is there a way to bring back to this council the number of people that have actually indicated that they will be signing up, or is that data not available?
The sign-up relationship for service occurs between the subscriber and the retail provider. The county is made aware through its software systems of every service that is activated and the exact date and time that the service is activated. So yes, it will be available on a monthly, daily, hourly basis if desired.
Thank you. And one last question on this matter. Previous to the installation, was there any sort of survey done to the residents that gave the council of the day or Arcadis or whoever it may be an indication as to how many people would be utilizing this service?
There were historical surveys done, and I think in the timeline presented on an earlier slide, there were several initiatives that actually even predate Arcadis involvement in terms of service, potential for service signups. The current platform that communicates information on the broadband program also has an ability for residents to express their interest to take service. Even in areas and homes that today are not funded by the grant program, there is a mechanism for those people to express their interest in receiving service and additional information if and when it would become available to them.
And what are those numbers? I don't believe we've been privy to those numbers.
I don't have them in front of me today, but I can certainly take it as a takeaway. We will discuss current signups versus initial projections in a few slides.
That does seem like something that would be very, very critical to decisions being made, especially at this particular meeting. I find it hard to believe that if that information was available and if studies have been completed, that it would not be incorporated into this presentation.
The information is available. And I think from the scope of the program, there is very good data in terms of the a widespread distribution of people that are interested versus not interested in taking service from the program, and we'll be able to cover that in a few slides.
Do you have any further comments, Deputy Reeve McKay?
I'd best not, thank you.
Well, I just really, again, a lot of these questions are coming from the community. So I would like to just reiterate again that appreciate your comments and your information that you are providing today.
I understand, thank you.
See, actually, Councillor Powell.
I can just add to that and probably add to why Councillor McKay is frustrated, if you don't mind. I think that there's been a lot of confusion, and I just want you guys to know the attack is not directly at you if that's the way it feels, or at administration today. I've got to speak to a couple different people over the last week or two here that were really interested in broadband. The problem is they don't get it, and we're under the impression they do. So what happens when we're out in the community and we get attacked, and not even attacked, but questioned, and we're not able to answer, that's where it comes from a lot of us. And when such a large sum of taxpayers' money, $52 million has been spent, but they are not able to get it, it's a sense of frustration for people with such a large sum of money. Something that's quite interesting is the way that the grants have been done. There'll be a handful of people in a subdivision that are going to receive it, and the remainder of the subdivision doesn't, yet the tax base or charge out to those residents is the same. So the way, and it has nothing to do with the county or CADIS, but the way that the grants have been given out is not done in a manner that is organized, efficient, or really fair to the taxpayers. A lot of people have paid taxes for a long time, and we're spending $52 million of taxpayers' money, and not everybody's getting it. So for them, it's like they're locked out of something that their money's gone into. And I understand that's not your fault. That's not any of administration's fault. But due to past council's push on this, without maybe better information given out to the public, we, as a new council, are being hit with a lot of questions that are really hard to answer. So thank you for sitting here today and for all the information being brought forward. But I believe probably one of Councillor McKay's biggest issues is we are getting hit with a lot, and a lot of really upset people. Coming off of a campaign trail where the majority of the people in the ward that I'm in didn't want it, it's tough. There are people that do want this service, but I just hope you guys understand that the questions that are coming from us, it has nothing to do with you guys. It has to do with the way that the grants have been put out into the county.
No, I think the open, thank you very much, Councillor Powell, and the open discussion today, and to be able to have a lot of the answers to a lot of the questions from the committee members will be hopefully helpful for all.
Certainly. There is an information mechanism that is available through the county's website and the project website where individual residents can identify and input their address and understand if and when that residence will receive service. I certainly appreciate that in a program where not everyone will receive the service, that there is that level of frustration, and having worked in many municipalities, for many municipalities under various infrastructure programs, it is certainly, you know, the unfortunate reality of any grant-funded program that directs investment in a particular way. Not everyone will get broadband, fiber optic broadband under this program. In other programs, not every road gets paved or not every bridge gets built or rehabilitated. So it is.
Yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Powell.
Absolutely, and I completely understand that. But with a bridge or a road, there is the option to drive on that bridge, and there is the option to drive on that road. Unfortunately, for the remaining 39% of the residents, they don't get an option to use the internet. So I think that's where the frustration is coming. And I do agree, lots of people's roads don't get paved, but they do have the option to drive on them, so.
Yes, I agree. we will talk about in subsequent slides the cost to deliver this types of service to the remaining residents. And I will also comment that while the current federal government and provincial grant programs have an end period of 2027, we are seeing in announcements made today that while there is no specific funding or grant programs identified beyond 2027 today, in statements made by these levels of government, there are commitments to maintain funding and provide additional funding to 2030 to address additional households that are not covered under the program today. There are no specifics nor any commitment for those programs to exist, but directionally, those messages are starting to be sent.
Thank you very much again. If I don't see any further, oh, Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for clarification, clearly, there are going to be some properties that are not going to be serviced by this program. That doesn't mean they don't have internet connection. Some of the reasons that some of the properties are ineligible under the grant by the two levels of government are because they're deemed serviced already, that they're meeting those minimum standards already. If we're passing a property that is deemed to be already served and we're not receiving funding, we still have an opportunity to service that property if the person wants to pay for the installation and conversely sign up for service. So just to clarify, if they're excluded from this program, doesn't mean they're not currently getting service. It's just not as good as it could be.
Seeing no other questions at this time, please carry on.
Page 12 of this presentation provides an update on the Fiber Connect service. The Fiber Connect program is the program that extends the fiber from the roadway, the public right-of-way, to the homes as a first step in connecting to the broadband network. Residents must complete an access and entry agreement and agree to pay for the installation costs. And then the resident is considered to be signed up and as the first step in having a service connection. The county's contractor has been out soliciting and understanding from homeowners that are willing to take a service. There have, as I mentioned before, none of these connections have been built today. These are just signups and orders that have been received. From the county's contractor perspective, and this is a contractor that does this type of work all over the province, the signups and the sales success rate, if you like, has been much higher than expected. This slide provides information around a sales close ratio of 73%, which means that 572 people have said yes, 95 people have said no, and 116 people have said maybe of the discussions that have occurred.
Councillor, sorry, Councillor Letwin does have a question at this time.
Yes, regarding the installation cost of $3.99 for the first 100 meters and $14 per meter afterwards, and that takes you up to the residence, is that correct? Or
That's correct.
Yeah. So what is the additional cost, and this came from one of our taxpayers, the additional cost, you forgot to ask the salesperson, for the transmitter device and the hookup into the house, et cetera, over and above the, like I guess a tie-in.
Yeah, there is a small piece of equipment that is installed in the home to provide service. That is included in the price.
That's included in the?
Correct.
Okay, and so that would be installation, setting it up, having it working?
Yes.
completely? Okay, thank you. And also with Councillor Powell here, I agree about the getting attacked thing, and very frustrated people out there, very frustrated. And I think the engineering should be looked at in this project, because some of the hamlets aren't considered, and they are considered very late. And there's upset people, very upset people. And it's not a guy attacking a guy, it's a woman attacking me, you know? But, yeah, I want my broadband, I want it tomorrow. Where is it?
Yes, I certainly understand the desire for people to have improved service. We have provided some options for higher density hamlets further on in this presentation, so perhaps that will answer or provide you some additional context then.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions at this time.
Sure. All right. Certainly as I mentioned, the positive response and positive reaction when homeowners are asked at the door and asked if they're willing to pay for this service. The success has been higher and earlier than expected. Of the yes/no decision ratio, that number is 85%. So a lot of the maybes here are in cases where we're not speaking with the actual homeowner. It may be a renter or a tenant who doesn't have authority to sign the agreement, or that the person wanted to consult another person in the household before making a decision, etc. So those maybes will be cycled back on. The plan for marketing and communications to solicit homeowner signups wasn't expected to have a large amount of advertising or promotion until later in 2026, namely second quarter and onward, where retail internet service providers who would be signed up as service providers with the county would undertake their own marketing campaigns to solicit signups and solicit actual service agreements with residents.
We do have another question from Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. I'd just like to quickly clarify that with regards to the 85% positivity or sign up, that is just residents that are allowing the fiber connection to be brought to the home. Those are not residents that are signing up for a service, and those are not accounts that are guaranteed to be opened. These are residents that are taking advantage of something that's being advertised as a $400 cost for $1,400, which is actually, it's going to be a great deal more than $1,400 per home. So residents are seeing this as a cost benefit no-brainer when they're also bombarded with the, I'm not going to say fact, the advertisement that it's going to increase the value of their property. So I don't want that false positivity to sway any decisions that are made.
Councillor McCauley.
So I signed up just because I want faster internet. None of the other reasons, just faster internet. So there are people out there who do want the service and are signing up and clearly will pay for it when it shows up to the door. I don't think that's not a hidden.
Thanks for all the comments. I do have one question. The incentivized pricing of the $399, when would that incentive pricing end? Or is there a date, or how long does that go?
The $399 incentive was the pricing that was approved by past broadband committee and council. The term of that pricing as identified was while construction is underway. Currently, construction in this program is scheduled to end on March 31st of 2027.
So that incentivized pricing then would end March 31st of 2027?
That would be a decision for this and council.
Okay, but by previous previous decisions that were made, it would fall under that. The date would be the March 31st of 2027. Thank you. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you. And yes, I agree with Councillor McCauley that there are many people that are very excited about this product. But that being said, I have heard from a vast majority of people that are getting the connection brought to the home that they're simply doing it because it's being offered at a cost far less than what they know it's going to cost. And a lot of people have realized that the cost is going to be far, far greater than the actual $1,400 advertised cost, because when you come on to a property, you don't know where the services are. There's going to be extensive hydrovacing. There's going to be many, many, many unforeseens, as previously stated in this presentation, that every property is different. So yes, people are excited, but also people see it as a great way to take advantage of a service at a greatly reduced price.
All valid comments and great discussion. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah. I think we have to step a little bit back from this. I don't think this internet is really going to per se help our generation that much. I think it's really going to help our grandkids and our great-grandkids. When I went to school, I didn't have a computer. I couldn't even use a calculator at a test that you had. You had to have it in your mind. We were schooled on knowing your multiplication table. Kids nowadays don't need to know that. They have it at their fingertips on a computer. So this system that we're putting in today really isn't going to benefit this generation greatly. It's going to, I think it's great. I use it. And I'm an old fart, and I like it. But I can see it really helping our grandkids and our great-grandkids, because their whole life is centered around a computer. If we don't have it for them, where are they going to have to go? Are they going to have to move out of our county and go to the big cities to get what they need? I know it's a lot of money, but I think we have to overlook all of that. And I know that there's lots to do with this. And the $399 that we pay, that is only there as long as the machines are going by your place. If the machines are already past your place, that $399 isn't going to be available. There isn't a set date for that. So as I understand, when it was presented, that if it's in your area and you apply for this, it's $399 for the first 100 meters, and after that it's $14. I signed up, and I'm not even sure when I'll get the internet to my house, which is in the far southeast corner of the county. I know the cost already. It's $1,010, I think the gentleman told me. But I think we need to look at it that it's not for this generation. I think it's for the next generation. When I first discovered that we were getting broadband into the Clearwater County, I was dead against it. But over the years, I've kind of changed my mind. It's not going to help me that much, but it certainly will my grandkids and my great-grandkids, and my family's been here since the 20s. So I really do appreciate what you're doing for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ponton, just Councillor Cermak raised a good question, or for the end of the construction. Yeah, if the construction was to go past the homeowner's property, but construction is still active in Clearwater County, is it once they've passed, they're no longer eligible for that $399 pricing, or is it during the construction of the project as a whole in the community and the county?
Yeah, certainly, I have to rest on the words of the Broadband Committee resolution that approved the pricing and the terms around that pricing. And I believe the exact wording, I may be subject to correction, was during while construction is active. So if today, the program is operating under the premise that construction will be active until the end of the program, which is March 31st, 2027. If this committee or the council wishes to make a further clarification of when that pricing will be available, that is different than that interpretation, then that would be up to this committee or council.
Okay, just so I have, so if there was construction that is currently taking place and it's past a homeowner's property, but they didn't sign up for the $399 pricing, there's an opportunity to still come back.
The $399 pricing is currently active, and barring any further direction, will be active until March 31st of 27.
Okay, so if the construction is currently past a homeowner's property.
There are many phases of construction, as one might appreciate, and the construction crews that are actually equipped to do, with the equipment to do the connections to the home, are active in the county right now and will continue to be active.
Okay, so if the fiber's already currently past a homeowner's property, that homeowner, if they didn't sign up previous to the construction going by their property,
yes,
they would still be able to have the opportunity
correct.
now to.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's
Thank
correct.
you for the clarity.
So I
Yeah.
misunderstood how that was, agreement was put forward.
No, I think the discussion is very important for the community and for council to understand. Councillor Humphrey, please. No? Okay. Councillor Cermak, do you have any further comments, questions?
No, I was under the understanding that if the construction was in your area, you got the $399. If the construction moved out of your area into another area, then if you applied, you had to pay the $14.99 a meter. But apparently that's not the case.
Okay, no, I think this is thank you very much,
Yep.
Councillor Cermak. I think this is really good, very important matter to have clarity on. We are going to take a short break, but before that, Deputy Reeve McKay.
But I would like to also say,
Go.
I misunderstood it, and I've been on most of these meetings,
Councillor Cermak,
you know, and
I'm passing the floor over to Deputy Reeve McKay this time. If you have a further question, I'd like to let Deputy Reeve McKay proceed at this time.
Thank you, Reeve. Just more of a clarification than anything. I don't want the public to get the misconception that by not having broadband availability to their home, are we in any way denying them of access to the internet? I mean, there are many, many, many options, and as we move forward, technology is ever improving, and there will continue to be more and more options. Someday there may be an option that's better than fiber. We don't know. So let's not push that out there that we're somehow denying somebody of a service if they don't get this service to their door. Thank you.
Good discussion this morning. Councillor Cermak.
no, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I think this is an appropriate time to take a roughly a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 10:15. from our short recess. And Mr. Ponton, if you'd like to please carry on with your presentation, that'd be fantastic.
I'll move to page 13. Continuing a review of the where we are at today program at a glance. Construction contractors have been hired for 5 of the 6 grant areas. There is 1 remaining grant area where construction contractors have not been hired. 2025 activities included a lot of detailed design and certainly some construction. And 2026 is planned as a substantial construction year to complete the program requirements. I will point out that in reference to the discussion we just had around drops and equipment being in the area, the drop contractor that the county has hired for 5 of the 6 grant areas, namely AFL, will be in the area till the end of the planned construction program. So while the equipment that residents may see going down their road to construct the mainline portions of the system, that is not the same equipment that constructs the drops, and that equipment will be in the area. The well in construction and equipment in the area pricing is applicable to that drop contractor's equipment.
Deputy Reeve McKay has a comment or question. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. Was it considered that there could have been a substantial cost savings to residents by utilizing equipment that was in the area rather than bringing in a completely separate contractor to go through the entire area again?
The process of planning construction and optimizing for construction efficiency was heavily considered, and the equipment that constructs fiber connections from the main line or the road right-of-way to the homeowner is different than the mainline equipment. And the drop contractor is specialized, does this work all over Alberta and in fact many other provinces, and they're able to perform the work most efficiently the way it's currently contracted.
You're gonna have to help myself and the public out on that one. You're saying that they're using different small boring rigs and different mini hose and different rubber tired hose than the actual installation crews? I'm sorry, but it's the exact same equipment.
So in fact, yes, it is the same. The equipment, for example, a directional drilling piece of equipment comes in various different sizes and footprints depending on the depth and the length of drills that need to be performed. And in experience in performing this work, the drop equipment is very light. It does not do a lot. It minimizes the amount of ground damage that occurs when it's placed. And it is the drop installation process has been I'll say refined through many years of North America Fiber to the Home programs that these contractors have performed.
Okay. Wow.
Are there any other questions at this time from the committee on? Please carry on, Mr. Pellman.
Some of the key metrics of current construction progress are presented at the bottom of this slide. And the current metrics of household connectivity are presented on the bottom right of this slide, namely total households of the program, total households passed, the the 521 indicating that the drop orders have been received, the Fiber Connect orders have been received, or sorry, the 572. And as I mentioned today, the actual connections have not been completed yet.
Another question from Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you. Have the costs from AFL been factored into the total cost of this program, or is this a separate cost for the drop contractor that hasn't yet been accounted for?
The costs are included in the summary provided.
For AFL?
Yes.
Okay. But it wouldn't have been cheaper just to utilize the existing contractors?
We provided the opportunity for all contractors, including the existing contractors, to bid on the drop work. And the AFL bid was selected as the best option.
Okay, that seems very illogical, but I'll take your word for it.
Please carry on.
Moving on to page 14, in terms of committed construction contracts, this slide summarizes the prime contractor contracts that have been in place for the various grant areas. And these represent commitments of approximately 84% of the estimated 85.1 million costs to finish the program. This number also includes the amount of inventory that the county has on hand that is provided to the contractors to undertake construction. There have been no contracts awarded yet for the last broadband project, namely UBF 99263. There have been fees incurred for concept design and to manage a request for proposal process for that program.
Councillor Letwin, please.
Written to this office is from the Canadian government and Alberta about high speed. And you've got your UBFP 99263 at residence of 920 or 992. And in this government document, it says the residents served under that same UBFP number 99263 as 630 residents or households. I think this is some of the confusion that council's having, is there's mixed numbers all over the place, and nobody's coming up with firm numbers that are exact. So we're looking at just about 300, what do you got, 992? Yeah, 360 number difference in less than 1,000. So where do the numbers come from? Is the federal government and the provincial government wrong? Because it shows the provincial funding right here also. And it says, it doesn't mention anything about Lesterville, but it says communities to benefit: Alhambra, Stafford, Dovercourt, Cheddarville, Burnstick Lake, Carmen, James River, Bridge Echo, Bingley Valley, and Bearberry. Doesn't say anything about Lesterville and these other communities. So I think that's part of the problem here, is everything just seems to go woo, 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 all over the place. No set numbers.
So, thank you for the question. When the federal government scopes and announces grant programs, they associate their household numbers to the nearest, the closest nearest named location on a map. So while we would recognize a different amount of residents residing in the local area, they attach every household in those announcements to a named place on a map. So the numbers presented today and the numbers I will present you for higher density areas are very precisely validated through what has been, through grants that have been received and through program scope and construction contracts and network that has been designed. And certainly we can go through a very detailed review of every household within every area because it is mapped. I will comment that the grant programs identify eligible and ineligible households. In some cases, I'll take you through a very simplistic example. There may be 3 households going down a road. The household at the beginning of the road and then the end of the road are identified as eligible. For some reason, the household in the middle of the road was not identified as eligible. But as part of the construction of service to those first 2 households that I spoke of, the program will go directly by that 3rd household. So for the purposes of identifying households that will be served as a positive outcome of this grant, we include that in our numbers when we talk about the households served under that grant program. So there will be discrepancies between numbers provided in a federal funding release versus what the program is scoped for.
Thank you, and Councillor Lett, when you did, I've heard the same thing in the community. You've brought up a very good point. There's confusing numbers, there's not consistency to the numbers that's being presented to the community, and it creates confusion, and along with confusion, then it starts distrust. So hopefully.
I certainly appreciate that comment, and I will note that we have taken extensive efforts, in my own words, to lock down these numbers. It is very important now going forward that all the grants have been released. We are permitted under the terms of the grant to publicly disclose them, that we can identify down to the household, down to the address, what is in scope of this program and what isn't.
No, absolutely, and hopefully today through the ability to be able to have questions and additional information being brought towards the committee, a lot of that information and can be resolved with the community. So, Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Just very quickly, with regards to the homes that are passed that are not considered to be part of the grant, when our construction teams pass these homes, are they installing a fiber riser tie-in point to allow fiber to the home? And if so, where's the cost of that work that is not part of the grant being considered?
When the program passes a home, the network, the design of the system is allowed for that home to tie in at some future point should the homeowner decide to take service. The costs of that, implementing a system that is capable of doing that are included in the costs that are presented here today. That is part of the program scope.
Manager McDonald, you don't look so sure about that statement? Okay.
Very sure that statement.
Okay. No, I was just curious. So when we pass a home that isn't included in the grants, we put in a fiber riser, the orange stakes everyone's familiar with seeing, right?
Yep.
And that cost is included, even though it's not part of the grants, it's somehow included in this project?
Yep.
Okay.
So, you go buy it. You do it there, you add the little, and you put the fiber riser up and you add it, and then that's a customer, right?
Well, I understand that,
Right, so-
absolutely, but how have those costs been captured? Because if we're speaking that there's 2,600 residences that aren't part of the grants, who's covering the costs for those risers that may or may not be used if they're not part of the serviced area?
Well, they're part of the grants and the county's commitment of the 25%, so it's all baked into those costs.
I'm going to move over to Mr. Hagan and welcome him to this part of the discussion. Mr. Hagan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of transparency and full disclosure, we report on all the costs. And again, it's the responsibility of the county under these agreements to pay all the bills first, put in claims, get reimbursed from the federal and provincial governments. So in a case of a home that is not considered eligible under the grant, we would still put the riser there, as you termed it. If that person is interested in connecting, we'll connect them just like anyone else. The other side of the equation is the funding. We'll get funding, 75% of eligible costs for those eligible properties. We won't get funding for that, so that's entirely on the county. But looking ahead, that's another customer that we will see revenue from. All of that information is built into our financial models. Again, for transparency, full disclosure, as well as being conservative in our estimates. But we're not leaving anything off the table, off to the side. It's all on the table.
Okay, then thank you for that, Mr. Hagan. So with that said, I mean, I still don't fully understand the scope of this project then. We're running fiber wherever we're running it, like I understand the grants, but when we speak about the number of homes that aren't serviced, that number isn't true then. Because if we're putting a fiber riser at every home we pass, whether it's considered to be unserviced by the government or not, part of the grants or not, they're still gonna have the capability to be connected, is that correct? So that these numbers mean nothing then?
No. If I may, not every home is passed in this program. 61% of homes in the county are passed, but not every home is passed.
So that, there's a whole another misconception then. So it's not 61% of the homes in the county are covered by grants. It's 61% of the homes in the county are passed. So there's a significant amount of the homes in the county that are being passed that are not covered by grants. Is that correct?
In the example that I provided of 3 homes, 2 eligible, 1 not, the home that is passed by the necessity of getting the fiber to the homes that are eligible. This is a very common scenario under grant funding, and we've worked closely with the grant funding agencies to identify eligible costs in that scenario and ineligible costs. Eligible costs are covered by the grant. Ineligible costs are covered 100% by the grant recipient.
Let me really narrow this down. How many homes in Clearwater County are eligible for grants because they are considered to be currently unserviced?
We would have to dissect the grant eligible homes out of this discussion. The homes that are able to be serviced by the very nature of the fiber running by them are the homes that are currently scoped into this program. Much to the example that was brought previously, where homes are identified as being close to the fiber but not part of the scope of the program. This program laid out a network infrastructure that would service the most amount of homes with the grant funding available and meet all the conditions of the grant.
So you don't know how many homes are covered by the grant and considered to be unserviced?
That is very well known and documented. I don't have it on a PowerPoint slide in front of me today, but it is certainly available.
Again, we keep on feeding into this narrative of misconception and misleading information that Councillor Letwin so eloquently provided us with. Why do we continue to do this? how are we supposed to sell a product to the community when it's not based on facts, truth, and real numbers?
Good questions. At this point in time, Deputy Reeve, do you have more comments or questions? I do see Councillor Powell has a question or comment.
I think it's the word served and passed are two different things. The document that Councillor Letwin has from the federal government says served. These numbers are passed, so that's where the misconception. This grant was given to the house.
He's saying, but there's a much bigger problem.
Absolutely, but the government's saying there's gonna be this many served, and these guys are saying there's gonna be this many passed, but my question has nothing to do with that, sorry.
No, please.
I just have a question about the UBF, the 99263. I might be jumping ahead, and if I shouldn't be jumping ahead, I'm looking at 14 and 15 on my page at the same time. So when I look at 14, page 14, 99263, I see that it's not totally started. We haven't gone out, it hasn't been out for RFP. So when I go to page 15, in this $52 million net cost to the county, is 99263 included in that? In the 52 million?
Yes, yeah, it is included in 2026 and 2027 projections.
Okay, so this $140 million project, just so I have this right, that grant is included in that. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve McKay, do you have further comments? Kate? Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you. And further to your point, Councillor Powell, and thanks for asking that question. And I am jumping ahead a little bit too as well here. So the 99263 was a subsequent grant announcement that came along that, for all intents and purposes, reevaluated many of those properties by the federal government. And what some of them that were considered ineligible previously are now considered eligible. In addition, some properties that weren't even on their radar have been added. So what 99263 does is, to Deputy Reeve's point, is increase that funding amount for properties that would have been 100% on the county to connect. Now it's roughly 25%. So we'll talk more about that, but I just wanted to touch on that, that's one of the key benefits of that UBF announcement.
Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the point about Deputy Reeve McKay's comments and questions. So when the majority of the cost is eligible because it's going past that house, so those costs are identified as eligible because that house is being passed by the main line. So the main line's already at their property because it's being passed. So all of those costs are eligible. It's just the cost of that connection to that main line, if that helps, that's ineligible. And that's why there's a small difference between when the provincial government says 70% of the costs are being covered through the grant, 70% of the eligible costs, which actually equates to about 67 or 68% of all costs being covered. So that's why that difference there is. So it's not a huge dollar amount between what's eligible and what's ineligible, but the granting agency only speaks to those eligible granted properties, whereas the council and the committee of the day didn't want to just provide service to the ones that were eligible. If they're going past, they wanted to be able to service those. So there's a 2 or 3%. That's why that difference in that 2 or 3% between 70% and 75%, and I don't know if it's 68, so it's about 6 or 7% difference between what's eligible and what's ineligible. So those ineligible costs just means it's not eligible for that 75% of that grant funding.
Deputy Reeve McKay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Henn, that's much appreciated. I guess I would just like to finish by saying that 6 or 7% of $140 million is still a fairly significant amount of money to the taxpayers that we represent. Anyways.
Thank you for the comments, questions. Are there any other questions at this time from the committee? If not, Mr. Ponton, please carry on.
If I could answer the question that was asked with respect to the number of homes directly funded by the UBF programs. Sometimes it's good to have a smart colleague beside you. That number is 2,613. That would include all homes connected, grant eligible homes under all UBF programs identified.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve. Do you have a question, Deputy Reeve McKay?
No, if you could just repeat that, 2,613?
Correct.
So it's roughly half of the advertised number that could be connected were actually eligible for connection through grants.
It is approximately half of that number is approximately half of 4,399.
More than half, I guess. But.
Yeah. The what it means is that using this grant program has allowed you to connect many more homes in the county at a greatly reduced cost because the grant program is essentially funding the construction past them.
And that information was provided before any grants were assigned?
Yes, the homes scoped were identified through past contribution agreements and through past project scopes that were signed off by past councils.
Thank you.
Please carry on, Mr. Ponton.
Thank you. Page 15. Page 15 summarizes the entire scope of broadband within Clearwater County. This includes past programs to build backbone projects which are identified in this cost summary, as well as grants associated with backbone projects that have now been completed. This summary also provides the fiber to the home, FTTH, program costs, both spent and forecasted to complete, as well as eligible grant reimbursements that have been either received or will plan to be received in the course of executing the program. Net, this is a total cost program of $140 million, supported by $88 million of grant funding, resulting in $52 million net total costs to the county. The program has spent $34 million to date, and net requires an additional $18 million to complete. Moving forward from capital costs, on page 16 are the projected revenues that would be received from the county. This includes revenues from leasing of fiber services. The majority of the revenue that is forecasted to be received from offering wholesale open access services, as well as the county will receive revenue in the form of installation fees for connections to individual homeowners.
Deputy Reeve McKay, please go ahead.
Sorry, just regarding the last slide there.
Which slide, sorry?
Just the previous slide, my apologies, with the background where we are today, program at a glance. We talk about percentages and cheap dollars, but when I actually do the math, and I apologize for not doing this much sooner, the county's share of $52 million out of the $140 million entire project costs is actually 37%. So really, these are 63 cent dollars, not 67, not 75. I just want to be really clear on that.
Ms. Serhan, please.
This also includes one project that's not a UBF-funded project, which at the bottom of the slide there, you can see it says includes 5.73 million for the Rocky East project, which has no grant funding.
Councillor Letwin, please.
Yes, on the same page, I just wanted to clarify this. Spent to date is $34 million, 33,990. And so the rest to finish these projects is only 18 million, is that correct?
Correct.
So this money's already been spent, and this is how much we have to spend to finish the project.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
And on that topic, so 18 million to complete the current grants that have been previously accepted. $18 million.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Clarity. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions at this time? Oh, sorry, Ms. Serhan, please go ahead.
Sorry, it also includes the core backbone project that was partially grant funded, but not to the same level as the UBF projects.
Okay, Mr. Director Hagan, please.
And if I can just expand on that, that core backbone project was approved by the Broadband Committee and funded through council approval prior to these UBFs being announced. So again, and for the benefit of the public who are watching, that was one of the compromises past councils made, is they recognized that it would be extremely expensive for the county to fully fund fiber to the home program. So what they compromised to do was to focus on the core backbone first, which is essentially your highway, and then deal with the issue of connecting areas, communities, as well as homes and so forth when grants, if and when grants became available, which is what happened with UBF. So when you're looking at those total numbers, again, in the stress of transparency, we're reporting everything. So we're reporting everything that was incurred to date, including those things that came pre-UBF grants. UBF grants came along, that enabled the committee then to make the decision to proceed. And essentially, when you average it all out, yes, it doesn't work out to the full 75% because many costs were incurred before the 75% of eligible funding was available. Does that help?
Yes. I guess it's a common misconception for the public that the entire program is at the cost of 25 cents on the dollar, right? So when we look at the entire cost to get to an operational program, which I might add that 140 million, we don't know that that's the end goal, but that's our estimate, right? But our estimated total share is 37%, not 25%, right? So people don't really look at they don't want to dissect it because it doesn't really matter to them. This service cost this much out of this much of the total project cost, right?
Absolutely, it does come to law of averages in that some of that core backbone is 100% funded by the county. Average it out all over, you're right, that's where it falls out to.
I guess on that, you're absolutely correct. Deputy Reeve McKay, I noticed the same thing in the community. It seemed to be sort of a general, presentation that it was 75% grant funded, and you're right. It's often talked about that there's 25-cent dollars. Not so much the case when you get the further details of the item, but seeing no other questions, please carry on.
On page 16, we discussed revenue. If there are no questions on 16, I'll move on to 17. Page 17 provides an analysis of where the operating break-even point occurs in this program. Operating break-even is defined as the point where the revenue that you receive from the network fully covers the operating costs of the network. We express this in a couple ways, both in terms of dollars and number of subscribers that would need to be signed up to this network to achieve that point. Based on information that has been provided and industry expertise, the current operating break-even is projected at 2,562 subscribers. And that would occur approximately sometime between years 2029 and 2030. Representing approximately a 58% take-up rate of all homes passed. The current early success of signups, if that continues, and while there is no guarantee it will continue, but we hope it does, would move the operating break-even point sooner in this estimated forecast. Looking at where the program serves in terms of higher density areas and developments, page 18 provides a summary of homes that will be passed by the program, namely the 4,399, and also provides a summary of homes that are currently not covered by the program and will not be passed by the program. So this is a further breakdown of the 61% of homes and illuminating the higher density hamlets that are either passed by the program or not passed by the program. We'll discuss in further information options and costs to connect these. But this is simply background information of what your program is currently scoped for today.
Okay, I'd like to invite Deputy Reeve McKay for comments or questions.
Thank you. Just a quick question for administration. How many homes are there currently in Nordegg?
CAO Emmons, please.
Without checking, please forgive me some numbers, but last I was involved, north side was about 257.
Okay. So the 310 number here would be looking at lots that have not yet been sold or developed as well, or it just seems like a really high number for the hamlet of Nordegg.
Nordegg doesn't surprise me, if I may. When I was heavily involved in Nordegg, I did a marketing study, and one of the key components attributed to the success of Nordegg, future success, was the access to broadband. It truly showed the amount of professionals in that area, architects, engineers, that desired the lifestyle, being out to the mountains, being able to go hiking, but still required that global connection. Even though they wanted to be geologically disconnected, they needed that global connection. To be very blunt, not to take time away, but to give a better explanation, my vision of Nordegg is actually always that semi-retired community. And the marketing expert quickly told me how incorrect I was in that assumption. And simply explained that Nordegg, because it has no medical facilities, no clinic, no pharmacy, no hospital, a semi-retired or retired individual wouldn't be as attracted there, but actually a demographic closer to yourself, Deputy Reeve, that age group being in their career and a professional, wanting that lifestyle. So the sign-up rate out there does not surprise me. It actually supports the previous study.
Okay, thank you, Seo. But I guess more for Arcadis, are there actually 310 connection possibilities in Nordegg, or is that considering future lots?
I believe the 310 are inclusive of certainly structures that exist today, as well as lots that were identified as eligible under the UBF program. I know personally from driving through Nordegg, certainly not every lot has a home on it, but there are lots that are designated as eligible under the UBF program.
So the answer is yes, it includes lots that have not yet been sold or built on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I think there are Elizabeth Ave that's been sold and the mobile home park in the town center. So those lots would have homes on them in conjunction with the north properties.
Okay, seeing no further questions, please carry on, Mr. Ponton.
Thank you. Included for information background are a few slides on translating the cost of this program to the residential taxpayer in Clearwater County. Using information provided by administration, we've identified that the residential taxes collected on average represent approximately 10% of the total taxes that Clearwater County takes in. The taxes and existing surpluses that have been collected, of course, are the funding mechanism for Clearwater's portion of the program. On page 20, we provide the breakdown.
Mr. Ponton, sorry to interrupt.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the question.
I do have a comment, and I know that Deputy Reeve McKay has a comment. Go ahead first, Deputy Reeve McKay.
Okay, this is another misconception, I guess, this narrative that this project was financed by county industrial tax-based dollars. It's misleading to the public because those $52 million could have been spent on critical infrastructure that is in dire disrepair in this community. It could have been spent on even nice to haves that community residents were wishing. Hall upgrades, parks, community centers, et cetera, et cetera. And currently, we're in a position where we may not be able to entirely meet our requirements according to the MGA because we're losing such a great deal of our industrial revenue to this project. So this sales pitch to the public where it's not your money, so we may as well spend it. We're still spending their money because we're taking away from the services that we need to provide them. So I'd really appreciate it if that narrative could be downplayed or reduced or eliminated from these presentations because it really gives people the wrong idea. And it's the same with the provincial and federal dollars. Those dollars, I mean, they could have paid for 550 teachers, 400 nurses. The federal dollars could have paid for 275 RCMP. So this, trying to convince people that just because it's not out of their pockets, that it should be spent on something that isn't critical, I think is a really bad way to pitch this to the public.
CAO Emmons, please.
And thank you. And hearing that, Deputy Reeve, and definitely not dismissing it, but if I may, to provide the background, that conversation did happen in the past. It truly did. If I may, my words were, with past council picking this as a project, it really eliminates the need for all future strategic planning sessions because this is your #1 priority. This is it. And there was many priorities identified, ag rec facilities, the items you mentioned, future upgrades to arenas we've amalgamated with, and this was it. So the comment isn't to mislead anybody, it's based on past decisions that gave us direction that this is the priority. And this represents our tax base, and I believe in this message, it's also supporting the fact that not only does Clearwater County, which is a fact, 90% of Clearwater County's revenues is industrial, but this service is also important to that industry. The Paramount plant that's going right in behind my farm ran their own fiber line and in partnership with Clearwater. And those conversations happened. And respecting this committee, but I'll say council for simplicity, it wasn't this council's decision, but it definitely was talked about, and the priority was picked over all the other priorities that were identified.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I understand the situation at the time, but there is a misconception in the community that this is somehow free money, right? But within the community, there is that idea, and it's coming from previous advertising and this very slide right here, that somehow the industrial tax base isn't the taxpayer's dollar, when in actuality, it really needs to be. I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Hammond, please.
And thank you for that clarity, Deputy Reeve. I know you said you'll leave it at that. I need to be very clear. All these tax dollars are what support Clearwater County, and past decision to pick this as a priority did take away from other priorities. Period.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would confirm with Mr. Emmons, a lot of those discussions did take place, past decisions, and there was lots of discussions about priorities. But there's 7 people that sit at the table, and there's an equal vote on each one of those council members that, you know, the previous and the previous and the previous councils through history, but there absolutely was discussions about priorities, absolutely. And this was made, like Mr. Emmons said, basically the #1 priority in Clearwater County. Before I move over to Councillor Powell, it is always recognized that industry pays the larger share of revenue to Clearwater County as a whole, and often that farmland is a very small contributor. However, without open spaces and without the ability to have agricultural land to be able to have development of natural resources or any resource development, you would not be able to have that 90% of the revenue. So it may be a small contributor on the tax base, but it allows for so much more, which I think is often unrecognized. Councillor Powell.
Thanks. I agree with what you just said about the agricultural land, and mine was more onto what COM had said. Thank you for saying that. It is past decisions and past priorities that has put this into play and has essentially handcuffed some of us in our decisions and thrown away the key. It's nothing to do that broadband isn't a good product or a good service, but a balanced approach, in my opinion, needs to be taken when we're looking at the county as a whole. So thank you for saying that it was a past priority, and I will expand on that later on, but for the people that are listening, this was past priority that put us here.
And one last comment, to not create divisiveness amongst the community. Past council members and committee members did make decisions at those times, and they may have heard comments from the public or the community members at that time, and I'm sure they were trying their best to represent the community at that time. If I'm not seeing any further comments at this time, but Mr. Ponton, please carry on.
Moving on to page 20 of the presentation. This information is provided to help understand the estimated impact to the average residential property. The average residential property is a value being identified on this slide in blueprint. And the allocation of both the one-time costs of the broadband program, which will occur over a 5-year period, as well as projected operating expenses, as well as operating revenues, both for 2026 and a final note on the bottom row of the table, with a net operating surplus forecasted, as we had discussed on a past slide, the impact to the average residential property. Certainly it is, of course, council's decision whether to raise or lower taxes, and certainly where to spend taxpayers' dollars. One key finding that has been brought forward is that there has been a number of independent research studies conducted that does indicate that fiber to the home access does improve property value on average of 3%. So from a property value increase perspective, it would be reasonable to expect that the average property value would increase with a broadband connection.
I do have one question, Mr. Paulton, on that. So if it's increased the property value, then that would increase the your assessed value as well?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please carry on.
Understanding the...
Sorry, my apologies. Councillor Letwin has a
So if your
comment.
assessment value on your property goes up, therefore your taxes go up.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Pound. Mr. Hagan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if I could just clarify, that's not going to be an immediate action. Our assessors will not be following the construction crews around and reassessing properties. In the normal course of assessment inspections, if it's identified that a property now has fiber access, that will be factored into the assessment calculations. But to be clear, it's not going to be an immediate result of connecting to fiber.
Thank you for the comments, Mr. Hagan. Just for clarity, right? You know, it's being, it's presented or comments in the community that it'll increase the value of your home. But there's, to really have clarity, it might not be a significant increase on your assessed value, but it would be an increase on the assessed value. Please carry on.
Page 21 identifies the local economic impact during the construction phase of the program. This is data provided from construction contractors working on the program in terms of estimated amounts that will be spent locally within the local region on various different items in order to undertake their construction contracts to support the program. So this is a per year number estimated at the end of 2025 for 2026. All right, we'll move forward now to specifically answering questions and options that were asked in the November 27th Broadband Committee motion. So as mentioned, this report focuses on the questions asked. It is presented without recommendations nor preferred options. The financial, information is taken as of December 2025. Estimations on the cost of new construction scope are Class 5 estimate, Class 5 conceptual early stage estimates with a typical accuracy range of -30 to +50%. The legal and risk assessments provided were provided by the county's law firm, Presido LLP, asset valuations from Pardell Ventures, and as is customary in these types of assessments and reports, there are disclaimers both from the law firm and from Arcadis. In terms of our work, we certainly are industry professionals and provide the level of expertise that is customary with these types of assignments. There are forward-looking numbers and statements in these projections that carry the disclaimer that is provided here.
We do have a question from Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. I would just like to touch on the accuracy range of these estimates being of -30 to +50%. As someone that's responded to many RFPs and been involved in many projects, not once in my entire life have I ever heard of such a broad range of accuracy for estimation. Could you maybe explain to us how this might affect the final outcome of this project?
Certainly. So the class of estimates is a system that is commonly used by the Canadian federal government when they undertake infrastructure programs or plan to undertake infrastructure programs. And the preliminary conceptual estimates provided here, and specifically for the cost to build a broadband program for the rest of the county, are exactly at that stage. There has been very little diligence done on the cost to do a county-wide program. We have provided our best estimates based on desktop work. The program that is currently under contract has a much higher level of accuracy because it has gone through not only conceptual and preliminary design, but detailed design, and in fact, with the exception of one area, a competitive bid process to hire contractors to do the work. So in effect, the level of accuracy for what is currently scoped today is much, much higher than that.
And what level of accuracy would you say that would be?
That is typically on a 10%. In the case of signed construction contracts, you've essentially flowed down the risk of the cost to construct the program through to the contractor. So the estimates that we typically carry in to the programs we feel are approximately a 10% margin of error or accuracy.
So there is no options for these contractors to file for extra expenses during or after completion of these projects for unforeseen circumstances?
There's certainly with construction, the contractors are contracted under what are called CCDC contracts, which are a construction template standard used across Canada. There is certainly the ability for contractors to file for change orders for unforeseen conditions, or if the scope is changed due to field conditions. That is a normal everyday occurrence in construction contracts.
Well, I'm aware.
Pardon me?
I'm very aware of that. Yeah. So there is a very good possibility that we could incur costs 10% greater than the projected 140 million. Is that correct?
There is that possibility, correct.
And as we move forward into the remainder of this presentation, there is a very good possibility that the costs may be 50% greater than what is being presented.
I did not say that, no.
The information you provided certainly does say that.
For the cost of a county-wide build-out, certainly that the level of accuracy is at that level right now, correct?
Correct. So as we move forward with the rest of this presentation, the numbers, the rest of the presentation are estimated. So they are subject to a possible 50% increase for actual construction.
Yeah. The numbers provided that are subject to the Class 5 estimate relate to the information for option 1 that are provided.
I wish that would have been more clear in the presentation. Thank you.
Similar, I do have similar questions, but I'll may let you proceed through option 1.
Sure.
And then have additional questions at that time.
Option 1. So option 1 asks for information on total cost to conduct a full county-wide fiber build-out. The costs provided assume that the current fiber program that is underway would be completed, and then these additional costs would be incurred to connect the remaining residences that were not currently in scope of the program. There are a small number of residences that are over and above this estimate, which I'll talk about on the following page. But the costs for the 2,690 residences that were in close proximity to the existing planned build, those costs were identified as 82.1 million for the network build-out, plus an estimated 5.9 million to support the costs of connecting to homes. And an assumed 60% of homes passed that would be connected were used in estimating the 5.9 million. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, there are currently no defined grant funding programs that would cover this today. I can simply say that there may or may not be future grant programs that would cover this type of build. Moving to page 27, we've identified 138 very isolated residences and/or empty lots for future construction. These are shown on the map as red dots, and in red dots where there are in fact residences, and in yellow dots in areas that were identified, but a rooftop visual inspection identified that there was no structure on that lot. So these very isolated residences, extending a fiber backbone to these, our fiber connection to these residences would be estimated at an additional $130 million. These locations are certainly more suited to the use of other technologies rather than fiber to provide them a connection if that was desired in the future. Certainly fixed wireless or satellite technologies may be more appropriate due to the cost of providing the infrastructure to connect these homes. Within the scope of our assignment, the cost assessments to evaluate fixed wireless solutions wasn't in the scope of our work here.
Okay, on this, just to go back to a little bit of what Deputy Reeve was mentioning, the 30 to 50% range. So for fairness and equality, because there's that 39% of the community that is not currently going to be passed by, as grants don't permit that right now. So to have a full build-up for the community would be roughly, as you've presented, 130 million, but it could be plus 50% onto that.
The accuracy range, certainly, yes. Yeah.
So it could be upper in the word. So to do a full county build-out, could be around $195 million.
Yeah, it would be the 88 million identified on page 26, plus if you were to include these 138 plus 130.
Yeah. So, and then if you yeah, to do 100% of the community, you're getting up near words with the current grants and current funding and everything that's been, if you were to do 100% of the county, you're nearing $500 million.
I'll trust your math.
You're getting in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
But at this current point in time, the current obligations and everything would be to that 140 million. But it's nice to know these numbers, or to have this. I don't think this was never discussed prior to do, for fairness and equality. You know, if you're gonna run fiber to one home, what would it cost for the home municipality? Are there any other further questions at this time? If not, please proceed. Oh, sorry, Councillor Humphrey has a comment.
Yeah, so just for my clarification, because we've been throwing these numbers around, so it would be estimated 88 million, and that would get to the 2,690 residents, plus 130 million to get to the other 138 residents. So you're looking at 208 million total just to receive, to get to everybody else, with a 50% plus or minus on that. So another, it could be like another 100 million, could be 300 million. Because we'd have to.
That would be the envelope as we understand it at
Yeah.
this time. There would need to be further work done to improve the accuracy of the estimates.
Okay, yeah, just clarifying that, but that's,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just for the benefit of this committee, again, to involve you in past conversations, this was recognized back in the day, previous council even, that given the size and honestly the geography, let alone the geology of Clearwater County, fiber throughout all of Clearwater County would not be a reasonable goal. So it was always a mixed blend. It would be fiber where it was reasonable and practical, fiber to a tower to provide a stronger shot than just a total wireless shot. Because my learnings through this program, a tower that does not have fiber does not have the capability, same capability as a tower that is serviced with fiber. It still serves a higher level of connectivity. So recognizing, if I may, Ward 7, St. Denis area, 43 kilometers north of Rimbey. There's 3 residents out there in a panhandle of Clearwater County. To run fiber 43 kilometers for 3 residents is not practical. That would be if a future council decided that it was imperative to get 100%, which was never always identified as unachievable, it would be a wireless shot.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Yes, and the numbers that we just talked about, you know, in a neighborhood of 300 million to do that, clearly illustrate that that's not a viable option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Emmons. I don't know if those numbers were ever made available to the public, or not that I was aware of, but it may not have been reasonable. Like the cost may have been so large that it would not make it reasonable to be able to tie those residents in. But for fairness and equality, it should have been presented to the community, and then it could have been decided at that point in time that the most efficient, majority of residents that could be tied in would be, a certain percentage. But just for fairness and equality, and so that everybody would truly know the numbers, to do a fiber optic project throughout Clearwater County as a whole would be in those ranges of the hundreds of millions of dollars that's discussed here. Please carry on, Mr. Broughton.
Thank you. I'm sorry, page 28 summarizes the answers to the questions that we were asked to evaluate with this option. Identifying the projected annual operating and maintenance costs as well as anticipated revenue associated with option is provided in the chart at the right-hand side. The various dimensions of the program, certainly with a new build, there would be additional revenue that would ultimately exceed additional costs, but there would be additional reinvestment that would be required, so. Option 2. Option 2 asked a question around options as pausing construction and treating the project as phased. The challenge with a scenario of pausing construction is that it would place the county in default of its grant contribution agreements and trigger repayment for the grant reimbursements that have been received. It would also likely trigger termination costs from contractors that are currently under contract today. Certainly, it is difficult to estimate potential outcomes in that scenario. So there has been a range provided of those estimated costs. And the assumption underlying this analysis is that the county would retain the operating assets and inventory, and simply the construction would progress over a longer period of time at a higher cost because of the grant funding not being available.
Deputy Reeve McKay, please go ahead.
Thank you. When gathering the information for option 2, did Arcadis or administration approach the province about extending these contracts over 2, 3, 5, 6, 10 years? I don't know. Just to allow the county to avoid these massive costs in the next 2 years?
Answer your question is, as part of this review, other levels of government were not approached in terms of what their position would be on that. If that is the direction of this committee, certainly that could be undertaken to further clarify what the potential cost impacts are.
That certainly seems like something that probably should have been asked for the purpose of this presentation. Am I alone on that?
I'm just wondering did you use the completion dates where the grants have maybe stipulated a completion date by, is it 2027?
Correct. All the grants need to be completed by March 31st, 2027.
So the information that you've gathered would be based on that information then of the 2027 deadline?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So when...
Go. Councillor Letman.
Yeah, I thought when we had our original meeting that was discussed, that that would be an option looked into. Whether we could get an extension, because work got delayed for something, that we could get an extension on that ground. And I thought that was brought to the table in our last meeting. And that was supposed to be looked into.
Right.
So if I could...
CAO Emmons, please.
I was just gonna offer up my perspective, if I may. It's an option for this committee. We were working within the confines and conditions of the grants as they are. To be honest, reaching out to the higher levels of government and engaging that conversation would really put forward wheels in motion that perhaps might be premature, that this council is even considering. But we can always ask for extensions. There is no guarantee, and that's what administration was trying to provide its best for this committee to consider. You can always ask for an extension on a grant. My experience with every grant, and these ones really are similar in conditions to any other grant, they gauge their willingness to extend based on effort. If there's no effort being done, I've never been successful. If there's engagement, activity, and things are progressing, they would well consider. That's historically accurate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There was, I'll offer a little, for the direction that council gave to administration, there was no, I don't recall anything in there about being extensions for the grants, but there was discussions that if Clearwater County gets nearing that deadline of that 2027 deadline, there was discussions about if there is an opportunity for administration to request an extension to those grants, but that direction wasn't given in the motion from council to provide that into this, these options that they brought forward today. But there was discussion, you are right, that discussion did take place, that if we near 2027 deadlines for the grants to be still eligible, if administration can request a extension to those grants. And that discussion did take place, but it wasn't included in the motion that council directed administration with.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, please carry on.
Okay. If there are no further questions on option 2, I'll move to option 3.
My apologies. In option 2, it's just the, to make note of option number 2, pausing construction would place the county in default of its grant contribution agreements and trigger repayment of the grant reimbursements that have been received, as well as termination costs from contractors. So I think that's very well something to be very much noted at this time, but please carry on to option 3.
Option 3 requested an analysis around focusing the build on higher density areas and hamlets as identified by administration. The higher density areas and hamlets as identified by administration are listed on the chart on the left-hand side of this slide. This option was a little bit tricky to analyze in that you have some UBF grants that are already well under progress that serve higher density areas as well as others that are not. So without getting, in a few slides, we'll talk about the actual grants that we assumed would be completed versus grants that we assumed would be terminated. But the net is that given the progress on most of these grants that are underway, the termination costs of those grants would be higher than the cost to build only in the high density areas. So trying to provide the most useful information to committee and council, we did identify higher density areas that are currently for the most part, not covered by UBF grants. There is an exception to that. There are some UBF grants available from third parties that are currently under discussion. And these are the incremental costs to build to the higher density areas that are currently not covered by the current UBF program. Any questions on that before I move forward?
I do have, just to note again in this option, that limiting the scope of the current program to only higher density areas would place the county in default of its grant contribution agreements and trigger repayment for the grant reimbursements that have been received, as well as termination costs from contractors. And it's noted here that termination costs would be higher than costs to build only in higher density areas. Seeing no other questions, please carry on.
As I mentioned, there are grants that are proposed from a third-party ISP that could be used to build out 2 of the high-density areas. We've provided that information on this map. And the grants that could be used to undertake a program in these areas. On page 34, the summary of the options here are provided, both in terms of one-time costs, grant funding, an estimation of the annual operating and maintenance costs versus the annual revenue. I'll pause on that point, noting that there are far fewer households available in just high-density areas. So in this scenario, you have many fewer households to generate revenue from to cover your operating costs. So it does not generate a break-even scenario with just high density, just a high density build. In order to analyze what you stop and what you start in order to just build the high density areas, we've identified that under this scenario, you would complete 3 of the areas, namely UBF 3250 and 7123, as well as the Rocky East, and terminate other grants that have been received to just descope the project to high density areas. As I mentioned, from a financial perspective, the termination costs are higher than the costs to build. So I would say it doesn't make financial sense to proceed down that path. The current market value or potential sale value of the infrastructure is in terms of divesting of what is built, but you wouldn't want to continue with, would be estimated at somewhere between 6 and 8 million. Any questions on this scenario?
Before we move on to option 4, there are some questions from committee members. Councillor Letwin, please.
Yes, could you tell us what areas UFB 03250, 07123, these are a bunch of numbers. We don't know the areas, we don't have a map, or not handy anyway. So you've got a list of names of Caroline, Alhambra, Condor, Nordic, Vestaville. Then you've got all this UBF numbers. Which is which?
Yeah, we can provide you with a map. These refer to geographic areas where the grant.
The map is geographical, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So without a map, these numbers mean nothing.
Yes, we can provide a map as a supplementary piece of information to it.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you, Reeve. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, Reeve, but I think maybe the spirit of this question for the information Arcadis has provided was maybe misunderstood. I don't know that it was the intention of council or committee to abandon all other projects, but rather to focus on the addition of high-density areas that were missed throughout throughout the granting process, such as Alhambra, Condor, Withrow, Caroline, etc. So is there, I haven't found it, but is there any documentation here today that could give us that cost in addition to the current project?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And perhaps my explanation wasn't as clear as it could have been. I'll go back to page 32.
Maybe at this time, I apologize. We'll just take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Welcome back from a short recess. Mr. Ponton, if you want to carry on with your presentation, please.
Thank you. Referring back to the question that was asked on costs, additional costs to build out the higher density areas that are not covered by the program. That information is provided on slide 32. Namely, the communities listed in the bottom right-hand corner of the slide and the associated costs, which add up to 11.6 million. There are grants worth approximately 3.1 million that could be used to offset that cost, resulting in a net incremental cost of about 8.6 million. Any further questions on option 3?
Seeing none at this time.
Let's move forward to option 4. Under option 4, we've assessed the potential market value of selling the existing infrastructure. We've done that assessment at 3 different points in time to provide some perspective. The first point in time would be at the end of construction in 2027. The second point in time would be at the projected cash flow break-even point in 2029. And the third point in time would be 5 years past the end of construction in 2027, which is the end of the 5-year own and operate condition on the UBF grants. So in summary, the market value of the infrastructure increases over time as construction is completed and subscribers are added to the network, providing more value for a potential purchaser of the assets.
Deputy Reeve McKay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just have a question regarding in the charts on the pages to follow. I apologize for jumping ahead a page, but on each of the number 4 options, A, B, and C, for the total construction cost to date. Oh, I see. Never mind. That's not the entire project. That's literally, well, no, if it's.
I'm sorry, what page are you referring to?
Well, let's look at 37, for example. So this is at the end of construction.
Correct, yeah.
And then if I look at the total construction costs to date, which would be at that date, construction completed, which would be county costs roughly 54 million at that point. Where is this 20 million in grant funding to bring our net down to 34 million? Or are you speaking literally to date?
To date, literally to date, to
So
today's date.
That,
Yeah, December 31st, 2025.
but do you understand where I'm coming from? We're
Yeah,
talking about-
it's not, the date we're referring to there is not
Right.
2027.
But why wouldn't it be though? Right, like if we're looking at these possibilities at these points in time, that number should reflect that point in time, not today's
Right.
point in time, because we're
Okay.
not talking about a sale
Yeah,
today.
no, okay.
We're talking about a sale
Fair comment. The answer to what would be construction costs to date, end of 2027, is 52 million.
Okay, so there is
Yeah,
no additional grant funding that we're missing.
no,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Seeing no further questions, please proceed.
Okay, so that's, that is page 37, option 4A. The similar analysis done at a future point in time, again, same question from Deputy Reeve McKay. Bringing forward construction costs to date, the answer there would be 52 million. I will point out that a sale under option 4A or 4B would require consent from the granting authority, grant authorities. And operations contracts to provide support services would need to be assigned to the potential purchaser of the assets. We have done a review of the operating contracts, and for the most part, there are certainly provisions in them to be assigned to a third party if the county desired.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Could we just quickly touch on the evaluations? This might be a question for David. When we get to the 5-year, we've proved out this system, the bugs are worked out, we're in a revenue generating position, recovering our operating costs. We've spent $140 million on the system, and your evaluation is that it's only worth 10% of the cost to construct. How did we get there?
Certainly. Thank you, Deputy Reeve, for the question. So the valuation approaches that I used assumed fair market value, which would incorporate, what market participants would potentially pay for the value of those assets based on either their ability to generate cash flow. And in those instances, it would be purely on the ability to generate cash flow or the number of homes passed that would be available on the existing network footprint that an acquirer could take control of and then either further invest in, achieving a higher take-up rate of subscribers on the network. So we used two methods. The primary one was a discounted cash flow method for the end of construction transfer, which was forward-looking, taking into account forecasted future cash flows and then bringing it back to that particular date, whether it was 2027 for end of construction or in 2029 for the break even. And then we also used the secondary method, which was what the market is willing to pay on a cost per homes passed basis to take control of the network and then, leverage the existing network footprint to put their services over it to service that market. So in that instance, we looked at comparable transactions in the industry across Canada and the United States to come up with what our multiples were for every homes passed that the network has, what a market participant would be willing to pay for that.
Right. Okay, thank you. So during this assessment, we're basing the value on the, I guess, the ability of the asset to produce revenue as well as the possible connection of future homes. But essentially this asset that we're spending X amount of dollars on, 140 million, is essentially worth nothing? Like, does that fiber in the ground have no value? And if so, then that speaks very well to my very first point, that the sustainability and cost effectiveness of this entire project never existed.
So the market value would be less than the kind of book cost to invest in and develop the assets. I think in this case, if we look at that 52 million, that's really the net cost of to the county. So it would be less than that. It would be less than the full book cost if you include the grants as equity that the county would invest as well. But it does signal that the economics of the network and it's not a traditional suburban or urban play, it's a rural network. So oftentimes rural networks do require full subsidy to make kind of the economics of that business work. And in some instances, the market value does reflect that it's going to be less than what was initially invested.
But is 90% less a common number? That just seems extreme.
if the county probably wasn't as large as it is, and if it was a little bit more concentrated and dense from a demographics perspective, you probably the gap wouldn't be that large. But given the fact and the reality of, the amounts of backbone and everything that are required to extend the network out across those large distances, and only having a limited number of homes passed, does have that impact on the market value being lower. So the market value really kind of, from the cost from a homes passed perspective, takes into consideration what the market participants are looking to pay, but then on the cash flow basis, it was also based on the assumptions that we made on a kind of a conservative basis that 60% would be the top max subscribers on the homes passed. So it didn't take into account any upside of going above 2,600 or 2,700 active subscribers in the network.
Right, but even if you had the full 4,400 connected, it's still only a $3.4 million business annually.
No, the 3 point,
Well,
that assumes the
that's a-
2,600 26 and change paying subscribers.
No, if you have 4,399 possible connections,
Yeah, homes
the
passed.
absolute maximum amount of cash flow this business could possibly ever see is $3.4 million based on $65.
So that's just on the wholesale open access segment. If you recall from the revenue tab, there was also.
I do recall, and I'd also recall that it was very minimal amount of revenue from the dark fiber and other industry related revenues. So I mean, I guess the point is to stop beating around the bush here. We've invested in an asset that will be worth 10% of what was invested. There's no sane person or organization on the planet that would ever partake in that. So was this information presented to previous council? Were they aware that this asset would depreciate by 90% as soon as they put it in the ground?
I was not directed to do a market valuation of the assets.
Administration and previous council asked the question as to what the value of the asset would be once it's operational?
Mr. Emmons, please go ahead.
Did not.
Okay.
The focus was on community service, never on divesting, so, no.
May I just get clarity on that? Was there discussion that took place maybe on that topic? The discussion maybe have happened, but was there ever a majority of vote directing administration to take that direction or get that information?
The discussion took place. There was never direction to administration to investigate into I'm looking for the right words.
To give that direction, it would take the majority of a vote
Yes.
of a committee or a council to be able
It
to
would.
direct administration with that.
And we were never directed to look at the options to divest of the broadband project. It was how to proceed.
Yeah, maybe not even to fully divest, but to bring that information of what the process might look like.
Thank you. No, I guess, David, if you weren't available during that time, I guess it's just really hard to wrap my head around hiring a firm that would have that information available and not disclose it. When that's like watching a car accident when you could prevent it and just allowing it to happen. Like, there has to be some sort of accountability there, does there not? Like, in the business world, there certainly is. I'm new to this world.
So if I,
Sorry, Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you. If I may, and to bring it back to Deputy Reeve, it truly is timing. They were never challenged with that exercise until Reeve Northcott's questions came out and the direction was given to administration to look at that. As I stated earlier, it was never the focus. It was never even asked what the value of that asset would be to divest. The questions were about what's the life expectancy and could it provide a service for how long and recoup the costs of operations. So respectfully, they were never challenged with that until this moment. So,
Thank you, Mr. Emmons, and
you're welcome.
I hate to bring this up, but is it not the job of administration to evaluate all assets owned by the county? And is that information not to be presented to council?
Absolutely. And that was truly done. The life expectancy was provided to council, no different than other infrastructures. You got your wastewater systems of 60 years, your bridges at 50. This was given a life expectancy of 50 years. Again, it was never looked at, nor was the intent to sell. It would be county-owned infrastructure, and therefore it would fall on us to maintain. So the amortization, just becomes a part of our accounting system.
I see, so the amortization wasn't based on market value, it was based on cost of the project, because the question was never asked by previous councils what the market value was. Is that correct?
And it was never the agenda to sell, so no, correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Really hard to wrap your head around.
There's often lots of discussions that have taken place, but again, you have to have a majority vote to be able to move forward with an item on a committee or council. Councillor Levin, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Drew, Deputy Reeve Drew here, a quick question. You mentioned that the income off this project would be 3.4 million annually, and that with the amount of full residents at $60, it would work out and break even, or did I get that wrong?
Deputy Reeve McKay, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Litwin. That was just the math that I did based on the information we're given, being that there's 4,399 homes being passed.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a potential of that many hookups at,
Right, okay.
the county's revenue per hookup is $65 a month.
I think that's the cost for the service, and the county takes a small portion of that.
Nope,
No?
nope, the county gets 65 and the ISP gets whatever above 65 they wish to charge.
Well, that's 120 a month.
To the end user, yes.
Mm-hmm, to the end user.
So, but as far as the
Customer.
county's concerned, if we take that 4,400 houses at $65 a month, over a year, it's 3.4 million. So that's the maximum revenue potential
Right.
of this as a business.
And then the service provider, whatever they charge, whether it be 60,
Yeah, that would be
80,
above that.
Whatever.
That's correct.
Basically, yeah, so the average consumer would be looking at a minimum of $100 a month.
Oh,
The
yeah,
service. Minimum.
absolutely. Yes.
Absolutely, yeah, okay.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions or comments from the committee at this time? We'll please proceed with your presentation, and at the end of this option, we will recess. I don't see any lights flashing over there, but I see hands indicating that there's, Ms. Serhan, please go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm and ask David, so the minimum service that an ISP would need to provide or need to purchase from the county for just basic internet would be 65, but it could be potentially more than that if the individual signed up for additional data that they required for their, so 65 isn't necessarily the max for each provider.
So 65 was assumed as the average, kind of wholesale fee that the county would collect. So it could be a little bit lower, it could be higher as well, depending on the level of service that the end user would require the ISP to deliver.
One further question to that, 65, is that for the residential portion, and is there a separate price, or just a reminder for industrial users?
That's correct. So 65 was the assumed average wholesale fee for residential users. There was I'd have to go back and check the specific for kind of commercial and small to medium business, but on, for large industrial or enterprise, it would be significantly higher.
Okay. Seeing no other comments at this time, so please carry on with the presentation.
I'll move to page 39, which describes option 4C. Again, this period of time would be at the end of the 5-year own and operate condition in 2032. Total construction costs to date at that point in time would be 52 million. At that point, this would be the network is projected to be in a positive operating cash flow position with the amount of revenue exceeding the operating costs of the network. The couple comments in addition to this, certainly the observation of the market value of the assets is certainly based on industry metrics and signals that from a private investment perspective, the business case from a private sector company to come in and build this type of network does not exist. It requires subsidies from all levels of government in order for these networks to exist and to operate in a positive cash flow situation. Higher levels of government spend the money not for the purpose of ever recovering costs, but for the basis of the social policy programs that they want to enable for the citizens and residents that they serve. That's my last slide on this option. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Deputy Reeve, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd just like to wholeheartedly agree with your previous statement there that governments tend to spend on what they feel is in the best interest of the public and not necessarily what the public knows is in their best interest.
Okay, is there any other further comment? If I'm seeing no further comments or questions at this time, so we will recess till right around 1 o'clock and we'll return. Welcome back from our recess. Continuing on with our strategic options review. And we are on option number 5, and I'll invite Mr. Pontan to carry on with his presentation, please.
Thank you. Responding to a request for information, there is a map that has been provided of the UBF areas, so that is provided for your reference and convenience from prior discussion. Option 5. Option 5 is responding to the request for any other clearly defined option the administration believes would help council understand the future direction of the project. The option that is considered under option 5 is stopping the last awarded grant area, namely UBF 99263. This grant, unlike the other grants which focus on a very specific geographic area with a defined boundary, is a fill-in grant. It fills in and makes eligible a number of homes that were missed or incorrectly categorized in previous UBF funding grants and are now eligible for funding. The reason it was analyzed for the possibility of stopping it is it doesn't have any committed construction contracts associated to the work and has the lowest committed costs at this point. In summary, there are approximately 992 households and 430 kilometers of fiber construction required under this grant. The map on the right-hand side of the slide, where you will see circled dots on the map, indicate the addresses that are grant funded under UBF 99263. In analyzing the impact of stopping this grant, it was analyzed from the perspective of what does it do in terms of the incremental cost per home passed. Without this grant, the average cost per home passed, capital cost, is approximately $9,111. Adding this grant to the program reduces the average cost per home passed to $8,685. So a net reduction in terms of cost per home passed.
We have a question from Deputy Reeve at this time. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Just with regard to the costs on this particular page, we were previously at a cost for the 4,399 homes of $52 million. Now, in this section of the presentation, you've lowered that to $38 million. I believe that is eliminating the trunk or the, whatever term you would like to use
Yes,
for
the backbone project.
backbone infrastructure. So these numbers are actually quite misleading. It's significantly higher.
These numbers represent the fiber to the home program costs as identified and summarized on a previous slide.
Right. But throughout the rest of this presentation, we've been using the total project cost of $52 million for every other option.
Mm-hmm.
It's very misleading at this point to change that and to remove the trunk from the cost. Why would that have been done?
The program is analyzed in two streams, the backbone program and the fiber to the home program.
Not up to this point, it has not been.
The cost per home passed metrics, if we add the cost of the backbone program, it does result in different numbers on the page. It doesn't change the conclusion from the effect of stopping this grant.
We've spoke many times today about transparency. This is another great example of how the public is not being, we're not being transparent with the public. Like, this information has to be consistent. So the actual cost, if we were to service every single of the 4,399 homes, is 11,820. Now, if we were to serve the projected 60% of those homes, it's going to be even significantly higher.
So to keep the measurement metrics consistent, we talk about cost per home passed or talk about 60% of home, cost per 60% of home passed. Certainly we can shift that discussion.
Well, regardless of how we treat that metric, whether it's homes passed or total homes, we need to use the total cost. Because throughout this entire presentation, we've used total cost of 52 million.
I understand your point. We can certainly add the cost of the backbone to both totals at the bottom of the page and provide updated numbers. That would be consistent with total program costs.
Thank you.
Mr. Hagan, please.
And just for clarification, the entire project is made up of two components. The core backbone project that was embarked upon before the UBF grants became available, then the fiber to the home program once those grants were made available. What we're doing here is focusing on one of those components, specifically the fiber to the home component. So none of this is intended to be misleading or inconsistent. It's simply looking at one portion of the overall program, because the core backbone doesn't necessarily come into play as significantly for the fiber. So I hear your point, but the only difference here is the core backbone is not represented here. But the net effect of reducing cost per home by accepting the 99263 grant is the same. The numbers might be different, but it's still the same effect.
Deputy Reeve, please go ahead.
Thank you, Director Hagan, and that's correct. It would still be slightly more expensive per home if we did not accept these grant dollars, absolutely. But as I said, in the interest of complete transparency, if we're going to treat the rest of this presentation, including the backbone, then we should treat this option the same. Because the public has this information. We're not in camera, but we're live right now. So we can't be using one number for part of the presentation and another for the rest. Maybe I'm crazy, but that seems like it's dishonest.
Yeah, could be a little bit more clarity for the, maybe not intentionally dishonest, but just a lack of clarity on the numbers. Mr. Hagan, please go ahead.
Point of order, sir. I'd like to, for the record, note that I take particular offense to that comment, that management is being dishonest. It's not true.
Okay, that'll be noted in the record, but Deputy Reeve McKay, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. I'm not entirely sure how to respond to that. If we're going to treat a certain section of a presentation differently, knowing that the costs are higher than what we're presenting, then what term should I use, if not the one that I previously used that was offensive? Inaccurate, would that be more acceptable? I'm at a loss here.
I think we'll note that in the record, Ms. Haight, and I'll let Mr. Pond carry on with your presentation, please. Thank you.
So In our analysis of considerations of stopping grant UBF 99263, there are risks, somewhat less monetary, but more reputational in terms of not completing a assigned contribution agreement. I think most importantly, without this grant and the associated households, the analysis that's been performed is that this network, this program, does not achieve cash flow break-even. There are not enough potential subscribers available to the program to generate enough revenue to cover the operating cost. So based on the analysis done, it creates a situation where there would be ongoing operating losses that would need to be funded. Given the nature of the grant and the fact that it is a fill-in grant, it's extremely unlikely that another provider would be able to take over the grant or provide service on their own. The grant, the value of that particular program is stated in the chart on the right-hand side of page 43, as well as the other metrics that have been analyzed associated with this option.
We have another question from Deputy Reeve McKay, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just with regards to the operating costs, you said there wouldn't be enough subscribers. Now, is that in total, or is that just using the projected connection of 60%?
David, you can answer that.
Sure, so yeah, it does still have the 60% assumption that holds, consistent with the other options. So when we ran the scenario for option 5 with the reduced, so taking out an additional 992 homes passed, of that, 60% of those were assumed and were involved in the other scenarios. So taking out that 60% of subscribers did have a material impact on the operating forecast and led to the conclusions that we made on the slide here.
Thank you. Now, that said, would it also be accurate to say that we would only require another roughly 600 connections throughout the rest of the county to offset the shortfall that denying this grant would create?
From an operating perspective, so as long as if the operating costs stay consistent, and as long as the additional maintenance costs don't increase substantially for those new builds, like if you do focus on other dense areas per se, to make up those 600 or so subscribers, then you could theoretically get to a break even.
And I'm not necessarily talking about focusing on other areas, I just mean in general over the entire county without adding any more infrastructure costs to the residents. We would have to generate roughly 600 more connections to make up for this downfall. Now that could be done in high intensity areas or it could be done outside of it. But we could save the county costs of $7.2 million to receive this grant simply by doing a better job of advertising and getting 600 more people connected to offset the cost of this grant. Or to offset the cost of the missing revenue that this would create.
Thanks for clarifying. Yes, that would be correct. So if you had a higher take-up rate and you got those additional 600 subscribers on the existing footprint, you would break even without having to expand the network footprint.
Thank you. It just seems that $7 million is a lot of taxpayer dollars to spend to hopefully recover $500,000 a year when we could recover it where we've already spent on the infrastructure. And if I may ask one more question?
Absolutely, please go ahead. Deputy Reeve, no, go ahead.
This project I guess it's been communicated that this was sort of an after-the-fact project, this fill-in project? Is that safe to say, like it wasn't part of the original process when you guys put this together? Because I mean, it's not on the map until recently. So,
It was the last grant contribution agreement to be signed.
okay. But again, it wasn't part of this original map that we have, the council's been given, right? So it wasn't part of the original project rollout.
As part of negotiating the contribution agreements that are represented by that map, as you can probably appreciate, there were a number of households identified and challenged as being either eligible or ineligible. The process with the government grant agencies involved a series of negotiations. And in order to move forward with contribution agreements for the projects represented on the map, those were signed, and the grant to provide this last grant that has an effect of filling in some areas, what was the last one provided?
Right, thank you. Now, the reason that I'm going down this line of questioning is it's quite important. Because as you see on this map, compared to the map that we just reviewed, this is twofold. There's several properties indicated within these areas that are highlighted on this map that have been indicated to the public that this entire area would be eligible for broadband under the grants. That's been the indication from day one. So now we see that actually, no, there's hundreds, it appears, of residences within these previously outlined areas that should have all been eligible, but now they're not eligible?
Miss Powell, please go ahead.
Please.
So the one in question, 99263, from what I understood, was approved March of 2025.
Correct.
These areas, and
Well, it wasn't approved, it was approved to apply for.
Just one second. I'm just gonna go back to what they have written here. Sorry, I had it up and then I scrolled down too fast. Council directs to sign funding agreement.
Right.
So this is, from what I asked earlier, this is included in the 52 million. Am I not correct?
Yes.
It's interesting. That's a really good question about how these areas here, residents were under the impression, and I don't know where it came from because I have an email, and I won't say any names just for privacy of the residents that have been emailing me, that Mr. Emmons sent me the other day, and it blew my mind. That is not at all what these are for. I actually should have CC'd it, and I should actually read it on air because it would clarify a lot of information. These areas that are covered, like this red you're talking about, for instance, not all the houses are in there. There's only a fraction of them that actually are going to be covered. And that has nothing to do with any of these people in here. Actually, the federal government, provincial government are only allowing for a select amount of houses. There has been a big miscommunication to all of the residents, especially in Ward 1, I don't know about anybody else's here, that everybody was going to be getting broadband and every house was going to be getting it. I'm not saying it came from administration, but I have emails, Mr. Emmons has helped me, and it is in fact not true, and I think that is one of the hardest things to swallow, is that these areas being covered by grant funding are not a blanket effect. They're very, and it's unfortunate for the people in those areas that are sitting waiting. I've had 3 phone calls. When is it coming? Well, it's not. And they're very, very excited to have it. So I hope, yeah.
Thank you for explaining that in a manner that far better than I could have. Much appreciated.
I can read it, or I can CC you guys the email that COM has sent me, because I didn't understand. I didn't understand why 4 houses in one part of the subdivision are getting it and the rest aren't in that subdivision, but I'll CC it to you.
Thank you.
So the point being made here is, for example, UBF 7007119 would appear to be on the map as grant eligible, but then when you refer to UBF 99263, it identifies a significant amount of areas within that area that were not previously eligible for the grant. So I think it is a good discussion that has taken place, and if administration would like to provide any additional information on the comments that have been made by committee members, that would be welcome at this time. If not, I do see Deputy Reeve. Do you have another comment or question?
Well, unless you, I do to further, but CO Emmons, please, if you.
Thank you. So yes, the maps do outline an area that are grant eligible. Within that area, it is ISED that determines the homes that are deemed served or not. So it is not, and thank you, Councillor Powell, it is not council, it is not administration that makes those determinations. Those determinations are made above us. I guess that would be the shortened version of the story.
But I guess it's on all of us to, we presented this to the public in a manner that these areas would have coverage, I guess is the problem with that, but we'll maybe just move on quickly, or unless you have something else to add. Sorry, just in the interest of time, I just have one more quick question with regards to the map and the coverage. Being that this is a fill-in after the fact grant, at the time that this project was originally rolled out, was it known that there was no possibility to ever cash flow without this coverage? And was that information presented?
I believe the information, there have been various business plans presented that provided both the expected revenue and the expected costs.
Because as this council has never seen any information that would have indicated that until today, that without this grant, that until recently we didn't even know existed, this project would never be cash positive.
I think that's a correct statement that this council has not seen that information.
And was previous council aware of that information?
Yes, there was the financial projections were provided to past councils.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Serhan, please go ahead.
Just a small amount of additional information. The Rocky East project that's fully funded by the county, some of those houses are identified within this grant. So even though this grant is showing that a spend of, sorry, I don't have the number in front of me, but whatever it's spending, some of those dollars have been expended, and so then some of those costs under this grant would be eligible to be reimbursed to the county for that.
I'm going to move over to Councillor Ledwin. Please go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, when you apply for these grants, how long does it usually take to receive one or to get the paperwork through?
It can take anywhere from 3 months to approximately 2 years.
Okay. So this one was applied for when, roughly?
I'd have to look at the history. I believe the contribution was signed in March.
The year before, I think it was 2024.
When it was applied for, yeah. There's a
Yeah.
significant amount of time from the application to when the funding agreement was signed.
Right, okay, very good, thank you.
Are there any other further comments or questions? Councillor Ledwin, do you have any further comments at this time or no? No? Mr. Ponton, please carry on with your presentation.
Thank you. That concludes the information we have to present for option 5. So any last questions for option 5? Moving forward then to the summary. There is some background information provided for review This was not an option that council asked for, but it is information required to analyze a few of the options that have been presented. So, looking at a scenario of the county stopping the program, it includes one or several project phases being stopped, paused, or a condition triggering a default in the contribution agreements. And also terminating any future construction and operations of the network. So it was analyzed in terms of providing baseline information into our response on several options. So we have worked closely not only in analyzing existing contracts, termination liabilities. We have consulted construction contractors to understand potential liabilities of subcontractors, termination liabilities being flowed through their prime contract to the county. We have worked with your legal team, your legal firm, to identify the estimated costs that would occur in that scenario, as well as additional termination liability or litigation costs, which are shown here. We net that off a potential sale value of the current infrastructure as is to get to a net cost of stopping the program. If there's no questions on that slide, I'll move to page 46. This slide summarizes comments that we received from your legal firm, and I believe have been provided to you in an extensive legal memo for your review. This slide attempts to summarize that memo into salient points and implications for the county's consideration, potentially of both monetary and non-monetary implications of stopping the program. They include a number of the issues that we have talked about today from a monetary perspective, also considering intergovernmental relations, and potential risks and considerations of the program being stopped, provided for information and to help us assess the options that were presented. If there are no questions on page 46, I'll move us along to page 47.
Sorry, my apologies. There really is some risks that are identified on page 46. And I know you haven't verbally read any of them out, but implications, if the county stops the program, and some of these risks and why it matters. So the government of Alberta may appoint representatives and direct Clearwater County actions, including compelling project continuation and risk of loss of council control over Clearwater County decisions. I just think it's worth noting some of these for councillor personal risk limited to bad faith conduct. Still a reputational and governance concern, but many of these risks that are identified in here. I just wanted to put a little bit of a spotlight on some of these risks that you've identified. Mm-hmm. But please carry on.
Thank you. On page 47, which is the last slide of the presentation, we've attempted to summarize the material on a one-page summary chart. As you can appreciate, it's difficult to summarize the previous 46 pages onto one slide, so you will trying to bring forward the most salient points and risks, but certainly not every risk or dollar impact is detailed or identified on this summary slide. But it is presented for information and for comparison. The baseline option presented in the first row of the table is to finish the program with an estimated $18 million to complete. The risks are assessed as low, primarily because most of the build scope is under contract and priced, and early sales successes in terms of subscriber signups do de-risk the chance of operating losses. Option 1, as presented, is the county-wide build-out, which identified not only the 18 million to complete the program, but an additional 88 million to build to the remaining homes in the county. Certainly, risks of cost escalation. These builds would need to be done in the future. As we all know, inflation is real, and future certainty around additional costs are somewhat unknown. I'll skip over the background scenario, which we just talked about. Pausing the project has almost the same effect as the background scenario, layered on with the effect of potentially making the investment later without the assistance of grant funding. Option 3, build in dense areas only. As you'll recall, as we had discussed that option, at the point you're at in terms of the program, it wouldn't really make any financial sense to back out of those grants that have already been committed and construction has occurred. There is an additional amount of funding required to fully build out the dense areas. That really, I'll say as an add-on, wasn't really considered in the analysis on this table. It would just be a simple extension of the current program that would require additional funding to complete the high density areas. Option 4, essentially selling the system. Yes, there is a net loss on the investments being made, and there is a loss of control of the infrastructure. So the county would have little or no say as to what the future of the system would be, who it would service, how it would grow or not grow, etc. The fifth option presented, namely stopping the grant project scoped under UBF 99263. The financial impact is high in the sense that it is a loss of grant funding. It does create an operating deficit. It does lower system viability. It lowers the value of any future sale of the system in the future, at some point in the future, should that be an option, be simply because you have less assets and less homes to sell to a potential purchaser.
I do see a couple council members. Councillor Powell, do you have a comment or question at this time? Deputy Reeve, please go ahead.
Thank you. As we just previously discussed here, not half an hour ago, would option 5's risks not change dramatically with the admission that we would only need another 600 subscribers throughout the entire county added to make it viable?
Well, certainly if you can overperform your business plan and get more subscribers than you think, than the business plan has called for, it reduces the risk on any one of those options. So being reasonable industry professionals, we didn't think it was, and we don't think it's prudent to plan for more than 60% subscriber take rate. That is reasonable. It would require a subscriber take rate to break even of 76% in that scenario, which in our opinion isn't a reasonable forecast.
I see, okay. Secondly, on that same line item, the ongoing operating deficit of $8 million over the next 7 years. Now, when we examined number 5, the option in the previously here, it was $500,000 short of being cash positive without this portion. So how is it that we've accumulated over $1 million in operating deficit per year because of not continuing with this project?
David, can you provide the background on that?
Yeah, so basically I had totaled the 7 years up to where you would hit that kind of 60% take-up rate to figure out what the total deficit would be accumulated over that time. There would be, you would have a lower amount of revenue from the wholesale open access business, which would contribute to that because you wouldn't have, close to that $500,000, as you suggested, covering those, matching against those costs that the network would be undertaking.
But it's not stopping this particular project that's gonna generate that deficit, because even at its maximum projected numbers of 60% of 992, the maximum revenue potential of this project is $464,000 per year. So we can't fairly say that this project is responsible for an $8 million deficit. Again, it's just continuing to sort of mislead the conversation. Please.
Councillor Powell.
Just to try and understand it myself, is it because if we didn't have the uptake of this amount of people for this one here, the 900 or whatever people, essentially we won't hit that break-even point then, and it would actually be less than what was projected. So we wouldn't hit that when we need to. We'd be showing a deficit for that many more years, hence why it would be $8 million. We would never meet that threshold where we would actually be generating a revenue. We'd be sitting lower than ever because we didn't have the extra 900 people, which would put us into that 60%. Does that make sense?
In a manner of speaking, I understand where you're looking at this from, but I believe David was saying that they included the entire operating deficit and put it into this line item.
Oh.
Rather than just the operating shortfall that this line item would create.
Yeah, that's correct.
So if we could, I guess, if we're going to present this to the public in a manner that we want them to think positively of, it's little things like that that need to be adjusted.
So there was a decrease in revenue from the wholesale open access business by about 60% of those 990 some odd homes passed that were attributable to the UBF project 99263. There was also a reduction in other revenues assumed because of the footprint not being as large. You'd have 460 kilometers less of network available that you wouldn't be able to, sell some of the other services that we had included in the overall business forecast. It wasn't as large but it did contribute to that deficit.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead again.
Thank you for the clarification, and I'd also just like to clarify that, again, the majority of this grant falls within areas that would already have fiber constructed through them, as outlined on the map. Right, so yes, we can say that we're not gonna get as many opportunities, but at the same time, we've also got fiber going past the majority of these homes that are now covered in this new grant. So I don't know that it's fair to say that we're missing out on much without this grant, if that makes sense.
Well, there's still 460 kilometers of kind of branched out routes that
Right.
fill in the gaps, right?
But,
So,
and that's just it, it's a fill-in, it's going to the houses that were missed. The line down Highway 22 and Highway 54 and Highway 11 and 761, those lines are already there. It's just these short spurs that we don't need to discuss how or why they got missed, which level of government is responsible, but I don't think it's fair to say that we're missing out on a great deal of opportunity by denying this grant. Because we've already have infrastructure in place in the vast majority of the area that this grant covers.
I think just sticking to the facts of the grant, it does reduce the total households passed by 992.
I'm gonna go over to Councillor Humphrey at this time, please.
Yeah, so if we stop this project, we lose the possibility of going past another 993 homes. We lose the 20 million plus 20 million grant plus our portion, which is around 7 million, right?
Correct, 7.2.
We don't lose the second.
You just
Well, we don't
spend
pay it, but we lose the 20 million. So lose maybe wasn't, we take it out of the picture. But we lose the 20 million grant and 27. So what I'm getting at is there's $27 million worth of there's $27 million cost to get to these 993 homes, correct? So if we don't do this grant, and then we went ahead to do it later, because that's a quarter of the number of homes that this project is impacting. Damn close, there's 433, 4,300 and some, so 993 is pretty close to a quarter. But anyways, if we go back to do that at a later date, because we want us down the road, it'll cost $27 million if there's no grant. That's all I'm getting at is this becomes then, as it says over in it, lowers the viability system that system will ever break even if we don't have that further. That's just what I'm getting out of this. This was factored in to make this 5-year and it's not a break even on our cost ever. It's just makes it pay for its upkeep and maintenance of the system that's in there. So if this project doesn't go through, Clearwater County will be funding it until at some point in time, there's another 600 and some signups, which bumps us back to meaning we need 76%. And I think getting a 60% sign up sounds pretty optimistic. So 76% sign up sounds the opposite of optimistic.
Councillor Levin, please.
Yes, this latest grant here, the closure date on that, is that also the spring of 2027?
Correct.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve, go ahead, please.
I apologize, but just for absolute clarity, that 76 total required, that's actually not correct. I'm sorry. It's more like 72 point something, right?
So the total homes passed available on the network by removing.
Sorry, it's 73%. Like, I just want to be as accurate and transparent as possible.
Yeah, the 76% number that, that was mentioned, basically reflects what, if 2562 is taken over that, revised network footprint. So the 4399 would be revised down to 3,386, I believe, by taking out the 992.
Yeah, but 3,234. So it works out to 73%, not 76.
If I may, I'm just
It's-
gonna have to stop the conversation right now. We have a whole pile of numbers going back and forth that haven't been verified. If people weren't confused before, I'll tell you this right now, maybe creating more confusion at this point in time, and that is not the purpose of today's meeting. Today is to provide clarity. If we have a presentation in front of us, I think there's an opportunity at another time, or maybe even sometime today, but I think we should have discussion focused on the material that was presented to us today. I just don't want to have any more confusion for the public on this matter. And I know that this council as a whole really does want to have clarity and the most authentic information present to the residents of Clearwater County. That is very clear and evident here today. Are there any other questions? Deputy Reeve, I do see your light on. Any other comments? Do you have any more of your
I
presentation?
have no further information to present.
Okay. On this last page for the comparison of options, number one, finish the program. It looks like it's the lowest risk is what has been identified. So $18 million to complete the program. And that is for the current, there's a couple of questions here. $18 million of Clearwater County contribution to finish the current grants that have been accepted to date.
Correct.
So that would be UBF 03250. I was just gonna go through the grants to get clarity on exactly which ones have been accepted and approved. All the ones on this map, so 03250,
Correct. Yes, everything listed on the map?
07123,
Correct.
07119, 07121, 07122,
Yes.
Rocky East,
Rocky East?
and 99263.
Correct.
So and those grants have all been committed, and, okay, there's commitments to all of those grants and obligations now on those grants, okay. Thank you for the clarity on that. Are there any further questions? We can move on our agenda at this point in time. And we do have a closed session. I'd be looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Powell makes a motion to go into closed session. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. welcome back from our closed session. We do have two motions coming out of closed session, and I'll be looking, Councillor Humphrey, please.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that committee receives the legal memorandum, Clearwater County Broadband Project Termination Risks, for information as presented in closed session.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Humphrey. I'll see no discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion is passed. We will have a second motion as well coming out of closed session. And Councillor Powell, are you indicating you'd like to make that motion?
Sure, I will. I'll make the motion that committee directs administration to proceed with option 1 as identified in closed session for agenda item 5B.
Thank you, Councillor Powell, for the motion. Seeing no discussion, no comments, no questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? And those opposed? That motion is defeated. Moving on into corporate services, item 6, and I would like to invite administration to provide the background information on this agenda item, please. CAO Emmons.
Thank you, Chairperson Northcott, and the rest of the Broadband Committee. And thank you for really your diligence today. Long day. Before I get into this, I'd like to take the opportunity to truly thank David and Keith and staff for, I hope this committee appreciates the amount of work, the dedication, the accurate information that went into everything here. For the public listening, I also understand, I hope you can appreciate that as this project is in phases and at different levels of phases, there are assumptions built into everything. Going through, it will not add up to a decimal percent. It will not be exact, but it should paint a picture for our public. And I hope with the information provided to this committee, it painted a picture for the committee to better equip you guys to make a decision. Saying that, I find myself in a unique position today. For many years, I cautioned councils about the risks and complexities of municipal government getting involved in broadband. That caution still hasn't disappeared. I still approach this file with a healthy degree of trepidation. However, based on the facts before us, my recommendation to council has to be today to proceed with the broadband project as originally planned. I truly believe that based with past decisions and where we're at in the program, it's the responsible thing for Clearwater County's investment thus far.
Thank you very much, CAO Emmons. I'd like to open the floor up for discussion on this item, or we'd be looking to entertain a motion. Deputy Reeve McKay.
Thank you. I know it's been a long day and I'm sure everybody's sick of hearing me talk, but I really feel that we do have an opportunity here. I realize that the projects that have been started cannot be undone. That's been made very clear to this council. However, the fill-in grant, the 99263, there's an opportunity to save these taxpayers $7.3 million. Yes, I realize that that is whatever cent dollars we want to label it. But at the end of the day, that's $7 million that goes towards critical infrastructure in Caroline, that goes towards much needed upgrades in other hamlets, that could go towards enhancing. Is there? Okay. That money could go towards enhancing the lives of people in hamlets where we want to see growth. So I think it would be a mistake, I don't know if that's the right word, the whole thing's kind of could be labeled as that, but it just seems like it might be an oversight to ignore option 5 as presented by Arcadis, that that grant has not yet been committed to. Yes, there are some cautions that accompany it, I understand that. But that is still a significant amount of money that this county could really utilize in areas that are required. Thank you.
Councillor Powell, please.
First, I just want to, for all the residents that are listening, that you guys know that the amount of legal and effort put in by administration to answer all of our questions was above and beyond today. The consequences, in my opinion, from what I've learned today, may not be privy to the people watching. And the consequences to the county, the taxpayers, and to councillors personally is not something to be taken lightly. And my decision today would be based off of the information I learned today. I know when elected, I said I would be a voice for the majority, and I truly stand by that. But the information that I've learned through legal and what was presented today, the consequences outweigh the majority. I believe if everybody understood what we'd learned today, I think that their opinion would hopefully support mine. There's 6 grants that are currently underway that everybody knows about. That's the 52 million, 5 plus the 92263 Councillor Cermak. So I believe that's 6 in total. The risk to not continue with these far outweighs any positive. I was voted to be a voice of the majority. Again, thank you to you guys for everything that you provided us, but there are legal obligations that outweigh the way I can vote today.
Deputy Reeve McKay, and then I'll move to Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you, and sorry to speak again, but maybe I didn't fully understand something earlier today. What are the legal ramifications with stopping 99263 that has not yet began? From what I've been given, there are none. So how is it the councillors feel that they're legally obligated to continue with this grant? Or did I miss something very important?
No, good question, and question to CAO Emmons. Has UBF grant 99263 formally been accepted?
It has. My understanding, and I will, if I'm incorrect, I will absolutely welcome being corrected. My understanding, the status of that is the direction was for administration to accept and proceed. That is the one that has been RFP'd with council's decision during budget. Administration postponed that RFP and bumped it up to March, but it's still an accepted grant. No dollars have been spent, or minimal dollars, because of course it takes money to prepare, but it is an accepted grant. And if I may add on to that, I think it's important to acknowledge the foundational decision whether Clearwater County should pursue this or not. All grants come with conditions. This is true from the way other administrators from federal and provincial and Clearwater County itself. We see this frequently with programs such as community halls, heritage funds. The same applies for our local infrastructure. When Clearwater County receives a grant, the project is expected to be completed and there is a commitment made. Broadband was treated similar. Those councils deem broadband essential to building a community capacity, long-term competitiveness, and the context is important. If council chooses to decline that grant, the county would save approximately $7 million today. However, by doing so, there could be 2 major consequences. First, it would significantly weaken the overall business model. It supports cost recovery for the broader system, impacting the project as a whole. Second, it would leave residents in that service without the broadband access, creating a more equitable distribution of service across Clearwater County. If I may, I think that's extremely important because it's the one issue I've always had myself, as a taxpayer in Clearwater County, providing a service where you can't say, unlike a road or a bridge, it benefits everybody. This is an opportunity to serve more of our residents with those tax dollars we spoke of earlier than without it.
Thank you, CAO Emmons. Deputy Reeve, do you have another comment or question at this time?
Just very quickly, if I
Please
may.
go ahead.
Much appreciated, CO Emmons. But to that, being a resident and the representative for Ward 3, even with this grant, if we're gonna speak to equity, there is very, very little coverage in that entire ward. There is no other grant that offers coverage in that ward. So it's, I understand what you're saying as an entire community, as a county, that there is a benefit to accepting this grant. However, my understanding, reading the grant contracts, is that the only consequence is that we would have to return any monies that were spent. If we have not spent any monies, then there is no consequence, other than potential impact for potential future grants. That is a maybe on a maybe on a maybe.
CAO Emmons, please.
Respectfully, I'd also throw Clearwater County's credibility in there. It's a grant that was signed and committed, and we would be pulling out of that. I can't speak to the consequences of someone else's decisions, and I wouldn't dare. But I do believe our reputation as well.
That's fair. I guess we're gonna be up to our elbows in debt with a huge portion of the county that is completely unserviced and unrepresented.
On that topic, Deputy Reeve McKay, that, and one of the, I would agree with you, there are areas of certain wards that will be, won't have the infrastructure go by their driveway, and that was shown as one of the full build-out items that was presented today by Arcadis to really show the community, for fairness and equality across the county as a whole, what that cost would look like. Because you're right, there are residents that won't have access to this piece of infrastructure. Ms. Powell, did you have a comment? I thought I seen your light on.
I did. Just to Councillor McKay, the reason that I said what I did about being held liable and the impacts to the county were because I read that the signed funding agreement had been signed in March of 25. And there's lots of people that I've had phone calls from. There's two, and I can't speak to the rest of them in Ward 1, but there's two subdivisions that currently are not funded in this. It is a hard situation to sit in as a councillor, knowing that there are 40% or 39 that aren't gonna get it. But on a positive note, we do know that we aren't, as councillors sitting in this room today, we've done our due diligence. When the legal ramifications and the penalties, et cetera, outweigh the good, that wasn't a decision that we made. But hopefully going forward, we can try and help the county be the best we can and clean up what we've been left with.
Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, in our session and in the information, the one we're talking about now, the 99,263, if we don't go ahead with it, it's part of the whole program. It's 1/6 of it, and if we don't go ahead with it, we've pulled that 1/6 out. It causes the whole program to falter, which has all kinds of implications, not just that it doesn't get out to those residents. It has far-reaching legal implications, as we were explained and told about earlier, and the information was there. So having said that, I feel that to not go forward with it now just sets it up to fail. It's like pulling one of your wheels off when you're trying to drive down the road. You already had 4 wheels and you pull one off, you're gonna have a heck of a time, my bad, going down the highway. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Cermak, please.
Yeah, I need some clarification on this. I understand that there's 5 UBF grants and an optional one. The 5 UFB grants that we have on this map, the cost to Clearwater County for those is 18 million, approximately. What is the cost for the 6th one, or is that included in the 18 million?
Mr. Paul.
The UBFP 99263? I believe in that this county needs broadband, but I need to know the cost, what these 6 are gonna cost Clearwater County.
Mr. Ponton.
The total cost of the program, including UBF 99263 and all the other grant areas, plus Rocky East, is identified on page 15. And to reiterate the numbers, the program overall, including the backbone project, has spent 34 million to date and requires an additional 18 million to complete all the grants that have been executed, contribution agreements that have been signed, as well as the Rocky East program.
So the 18 million includes the UBFP 99263.
That is correct.
Perfect, that's what I wanted to know. I thought that UBF grant was over and above the 18, but it's not, it's included. Is that how you understood it?
I understood it exactly the same way.
That's how I understood it.
Councillor
Thank you
Cermak,
for the
yes.
clarification.
Because I've got 26 million written down here on my paper, 8 plus 18.
Me too.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. That's what today is about, is to try and get as much clarity on this project and this for the community. So the commitment from Clearwater County to fund all the grants that have been accepted and meet the obligations will be an $18 million financial commitment from Clearwater County to execute and fulfill all these grants.
Correct.
Okay,
Over and above what we've already spent.
that's right. Are there any other further questions, comments, or councillor willing to make a motion at this time? I think Councillor Humphrey. You've indicated you'd like to make this motion.
I'd like to make a motion that, that based on the facts presented throughout today's meeting, the Broadband Committee directs administration to complete the broadband project in full as originally planned and adjust the 2026 capital budget accordingly.
Thank you for the motion. I will provide a few comments here and my thoughts on the matter. This council is in a position where previous grant agreements and contractual obligations have created financial commitments that we cannot reasonably withdraw from without causing greater harm to the county or the ratepayers of the community. Our responsibility today is to manage those commitments prudently. And in conclusion, after all the discussion today, the Clearwater County Broadband project is still in progress as per the previous grants that were accepted. The $399 incentive rate for early sign-up fees is still in effect until March 31st of 2027, as discussed earlier in today's meeting. And the commitment from Clearwater County to fulfill this project is $18 million. I would like to thank administration and Arcadis for the information and the time and the patience today to try to provide really as much as clarity as we could to get for the community. So saying that, I see no further discussion. I will call the question. Sorry, Councillor Cermak, thank you for raising that light. I don't know what it is, but please go ahead. Councillor Cermak.
I would like a recorded vote on this, please.
Okay, Councillor Cermak has requested a recorded vote. Deputy Reeve McKay, please.
Thank you. With that request, I guess I would like to be very clear before this vote takes place that broadband internet is not a requirement by the MGA. It is not a municipal responsibility, nor is it an endeavor that a municipality should take on, as was outlined during this meeting today. The reasons for this project, I think, have been far, far overblown. The uptake, I'm afraid, isn't going to realize what we've been led to believe, and the costs are going to exceed what we've been led to believe. Because at the end of the day, we're a rural community, and the amount of time that our residents spend in their home, residents that live in the country, is very minimal. The only time this service is of any value to them whatsoever is when they are in their home. There is no broadband mini that you can put on your vehicle and take with you. There is no cellular package that this project is going to provide to the county. So I just want to be very clear about that before this vote takes place.
Thank you for the comments, Deputy Reeve. Councillor Powell.
Just to make it really clear to the residents who didn't get to see the information that was provided, it will cost Clearwater County and the residents way more money than $18 million to get out of the current contracts.
Thank you for the comments. Mitigation of risk is a decision that will be made by this committee, and there needs to be a focus on protecting Clearwater County's long-term interests and to really have the interest to deliver successful projects. So I do not see any further discussion or any other lights on. Councillor Cermak has indicated a recorded vote. I will call the question. All those in favour? And those opposed? That motion is carried. Moving on in our agenda, we have one last item for the day, which is item number 7. And I see Councillor Letwin, are you indicating to make the motion for adjournment?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for adjournment.
Councillor Letwin makes the motion for adjournment. Thank you again for Arcadis and staff and to the committee for all the time today to discuss this matter. I'll call the question. All those in favour? We're adjourned.